Right. I am. We are doing a chest run right now. And I think I've found a really effective trick that will make shield gameplay super strong. Uh, Off stream last night because it was really late and I was kind of tired. I hit 65, went into the PvP zone, got a good amount of doubloons. And then have done a little bit with that. But I got all the artifacts I need too, which is kind of nice. I'm still... Wait, where the heck do we go? Oh, this way. Now I'm trying to get the chest run stuff working. Which I don't have any of these things unlocked, so it's gonna be kind of spicy. And I don't remember the exact route for the chest run anymore because it's been a bit. So we got a decent amount of stuff to do, and then also it just seems like a lot of people playing New World today. So yeah, it should be kind of interesting, should be kind of fun. No, everything's gonna be really laggy because they messed up the nameplates, and I think you could change them in-game, but it's like a little complicated. What else do I need to get in terms of artifacts? Like I can get, like, I don't think I have a jewelry one I can get this week. Level up Butcher. I've been leveling up Flail, but leveling up Flail is really hard because at the Citadel. But there's so much teaming in the PvP zone that it's almost gotten easier. Like basically our company and the other best company just try to control the Citadel area, and then people use that to farm doubloons, and it is what it is. It's like everyone's with groups of 3 and 4. It's like it's just how that zone works now. I was kind of hoping it would be a little bit more FFA, but there's just teaming everywhere. Like I had a fight, I had a 3v1 against me, and then I jumped off the edge onto like a special platform. Some people fell past me so they couldn't fight me, so that way I could actually take a 1v1. Like it's so weird. We have to like use like the map geometry in order to get 1v1s. Like it's not simple at all. Did I clear my inventory before I did this? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. I was like, oh shoot, I'm gonna run out of storage space. The other noteworthy thing, or the good trick for chest runs, is to sheath your weapon. If you sheath your weapon, you no longer have friendly player collision. So that just helps you, like, get around a little bit faster. So that's what I'm doing right now. Just sheath my weapon. See if I can invite Zenberg to group. But a lot of New World's content nowadays, if you guys are new to the game, which I don't know if people will be in here yet that are new to the game, because usually the first people to join are like the OGs. The chest runs a lot of New World's content. Like, if you think about it like from a high level, 90% of what New World does is just a chest run. Like, leveling up, you have to go from point A to point B, click a button. Like, that's like what we mean by a chest run. So it's just like inherent to the gameplay loop at this point. Secret that broken earring might make my Great Axe BB kind of good. Oh, it's such a good earring, and some people have already deleted it. It's so funny. I've been using it this entire time. I was like, oh my god, this is so good. I didn't think it would even be this good. like a 300-person chest run, so we shouldn't even have to like fight anything. Like it should just be like passively taken care of. What's the new strat? It's basically just to stack the passive shield perks, and I believe that they actually work between the flail and the SNS from what I can see in data mines. Or not, like from New Road Buddy, you can kind of see that. And if that's the case, then SNS flail and like heavy with a tower shield just became like an insane weapon combo. Because the duration extension stuff would apply to flail. And flail has like so many passive fortifies if you go heavy with tower shield. And a bunch of other effects too, so it's basically an infinite buff build, is like what I think could be a thing. Oh yeah, I need to sheath my weapon again so I could actually run. Let's see if I could find the thing. I was looking at this one with the shield thing. And it's like, this tag here, it's on required equipment kite shield, right? It doesn't actually say sword and shield for the passive. So I believe it would apply to flail. Sorry, I'm trying to like run and show you guys at the same time, but it's like kind of tricky. Especially when it's lagging like this. To be honest, I like to see things like this as an option. Yeah, no, it would be really cool if they start, like, that's the thing that they talked about, right? When these new PvP guys came on board, like, if you remember, like, 6 months ago with the new devs, they're like, hey, these new PvP guys are going to focus on, like, they said that they wanted to focus on, having passives from other weapons, like, work on each other, which effectively would make this a lot better. If that's the case, then we want the fortified perk on accessory. Potentially, I think it actually could be good. The fortified is like usually a perk that you don't go, but like if you're going for that kind of build, it makes more sense, right? And I think you also want 200 focus because that's another buff extension effect. And then you'd want Void Darkplate, because Void Darkplate makes all your fortifies have more value, right? And it just becomes like a super tanky build. You gonna fight this? This is actually, yeah, this boss can drop loot. Yeah, like that's a solid kite shield. But the entire premise of this is this says required equipment tower shield, right? And it doesn't say anything about having to have SNS out, so I'm making a pretty big assumption off of that. And then if you look at the main effects, then it says required equipment, shield, weapon tag, sword, UI passive, but I don't think it says anything about like that you, like it's a sword passive, but it doesn't say anything that like you have to have sword out necessarily. It's something I kind of want to test, but it seems like it could be really good if it works the way that it seems like it's working. New the player here trying to get set up for PvP, spear and SNS, should it be going medium or heavy? Anytime you have a class that uses a shield, you should be going heavy. The only exceptions to that are in PvP, so sword and shield would be a heavy class. And you want to get this artifact, Scorpion Sting. You don't have to use it, but in the early game it's really good. You can get it in Brimstone stands from a Scorpion that spawns. It only spawns during nighttime, only spawns once, and has, I think it's a 20% chance for it to be dropped now. They buffed it a lot. It used to be a lot lower. I'm gonna ignore that chest because I don't want to get behind. I think I've already gotten this. Did it really pull aggro to me? Oh, come on, man. I don't have enough damage to kill that quickly. There's a chest or two down here too. And I think after this we TP somewhere else. I don't have everywhere unlocked in Brim is the only other problem. I think Gliding knows what he's doing. Maybe he does not. Zenberg definitely knows what he's doing. Got it. What are the perks, gems perks to go for this patch? It's the gems and perks to go to. So the perks are relatively simple. You want one defensive perk, and then you want conditioning, and then the last perk is a flex slot. You can kind of go whatever makes sense for your build. That's universal across every single build in the game except for glass cannon builds. In terms of, like, gems, it depends on the game mode, too. Like, in PvP, 10-10 is fine. In mutations, you want every single gem possible towards the correct mutation. In the raid, you want pure Onyx, I believe. In the other raid, which is the Sandworm one, then you want pure strike resistance. So it just depends. It looks like we're going to a different spot now. I'm trying to figure out where we're going. I haven't found any good guides currently. They're all like really bad weapon skill guides. Thanks. Yeah, there's not. I mean, the issue is it's like really easy to make a guide for one weapon, but it's hard to make a guide for every single weapon. Okay. Oh, are we doing Kefri? Oh, I need to do Kefri for my flail. Oh, I got the nature rune glass. I put in buy orders from the nature rune glass because you get from the main story quest, and you can get it like really cheap right now, but it's actually worth a ton of gold and it's super hard to get. So some of those are coming through. I need to put more of those up. I only put up a few. Oh, need to switch to the artifact flail now. Oh, that's what the other guy can drop. The other guy can drop Sin. Gear matches up now. Cool. So Kefri is part of the flail artifacts quest. You can get the flail artifact from doing trials. I got out my 3rd trial. It wasn't super hard. The trials don't really give great rewards, but the artifact for the flail is like a very solid artifact. I want to make sure I don't miss the Kefri. I can miss that chest. There's a chest over there. I don't care as much about that because I'm mostly focusing on getting the flail leveled up here. It would be nice to hit that chest, but it's not necessarily a requirement. Versus this is like a requirement for me to get in here in time. And it's already dead. So, gotta come a different day. Unlucky. What's up with the name tags? Yeah, they removed the setting to edit them. You could still, it's still internally a setting and you could still set it, but it's like it's not user friendly whatsoever. You have to run like a Windows like R command and like edit the file like manually. And there's no UI for it. And no GUI. Like it's like you have to like basically hack your way through it. So these are giving regen potions too, which is nice. This ancient chest doesn't give too much. Why can I? What? Oh, get back up. It's like, why can I get that? I have to start this because I don't have the thing to unlock it, and I'm already behind. Unfortunately. Can't summon him out here. Oh, there's an invisible slow thing on the ground. Because there's so many people in the area that it's not rendering it. Some of these mobs have a slimy tag, and then they passively put a slow around them. So many bodies no one will see, okay. Oh god. The global chat has been like kind of weird on this server, I'm not gonna lie. Like kinda weird, I mean very weird. Just tuned in. What's the new shield strat? I'm very interested. The idea is basically we think that the passives from the sword and shield work on the flail, and the passives from the flail work on the sword and shield. So the idea is just to basically use both of those to get a lot of value out of fortify effects. But it's something I want to test after this chest run. Probably with Crush on Marama or something like that, just to double check. Because it reads like it's gonna work, but it's one of those things where even if it reads like it's gonna work, like you should probably test it. Isn't it, Crush, isn't it crazy like how valuable proc perks are compared to like everything else? Like, the proc slot is so contested, and then like damage con has like nothing. And then the last slot's usually weapon perk or attunement. But proc has like everything good in terms of effects. Like this weapons are so weird. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this. Also, I think you get slowed while jumping now if you're in a slow effect, which is probably a good change. Feels like it's slightly faster still, but not much faster. It used to be faster. Stupid slimy mobs. It's like everything's like rendering in real time. It's so weird. Chest run moment. The side doesn't have slimy mobs. Need to buff the alchemy crates. Those don't really give anything. Let's see if anyone has the boss unlocked. Because it requires like a lot of stones. Dots are players, but they just aren't rendering in because there's too many in the area. Okay. There's a chest up here. And then there's a chest here, and there's a chest inside. Oh, I'm in a purple thing. Have to wait that one out. The purple thing on the ground is griefing everybody. Just despawned, so now it's just the archer that can grief people. Trick there is to roll sideways, makes it a little faster. Looks like Chicken Man's is also here. I'm like glitching into the chest for some reason. They're like our main competition on this server. I already have like almost 700 gear score, but I still need to get the 725 stuff. I know some people are forcing like a weapon upgrade from the doubloon stuff. I don't think I'm gonna go for that route, though. You think Scott watches your content so he knows what to murder? No, I don't. I don't think Scott knows who I am. Scott does suspiciously like nerf stuff that I do talk about though, but I think it's other people under Scott. Isn't there a chest down here? And then after here we recall. I don't know exactly where we go now, though. That's the problem. Micro, do you know how to change nameplates in config by chance? I have a screenshot on how to, but I haven't actually done it, so I don't personally like have high confidence I know how to. Ooh, that's actually a good flail. It's better than my other flail. Yeah, it's not very good. Any of this stuff good? Not really. This piece is good. I was using that earlier. Oh, what's this one? Refreshing Grit Ward Health? Wait, that's the exact same thing, but it has Magnify, it has one more stat. That's kind of funny. Huh. So now I need to figure out where we go next. Heading to cast, starting in 5 minutes. Where is cast? Wormsung Shrine. Where is Wormsung Shrine? Oh, that's here. Yeah, I need to run. I didn't finish the mount quests. Like, I didn't get to level 200, which is like the fastest mount that you can get. I'm like at level 100 right now. Can't deal with the 5 nameplates. Yeah, I can look for that, like, screenshot. There was a Reddit post about it, too. But I can look for that after this. I just gotta get my consumes up a bit. Oh, wait, I have this shrine. That shrine's... actually, there's some more distance. I don't know if I want to do the chest run in elite, like down here, because I've already done part of that today. Because I've been trying to farm like the rapier and the void gauntlet. The void gauntlet kind of matters a bit less, mostly the rapier. I didn't realize that musket rapier is like the new thing that everyone runs in PvE, because musket collats now, so you could use it to collat like groups of mobs, and you could use rapier versus bosses, and it was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Didn't really expect that combo to exist in PvE. Micro, could you help me make Hatch and Inferno work? That one's a hard one to make work, dude. The issue is that if you go strength with Inferno, the dots will scale with int still, so they effectively end up doing no damage. So then your fire staff is just like a weapon that's based off of doing primary damage, which basically makes it so that the fire staff is like half as strong as like an int fire staff, maybe even worse than half as strong. So it doesn't work super well. That's what it comes down to. Like, can you make it work? Yes, but it's significantly weaker. If you are gonna try to make it work, it's likely a build that you. It sounds like a medium build on paper to me, because you kind of want to get close enough for everything to work. But I think people would try to make it work in light before they go to medium. And the hatch would be primarily for survival, and the fire staff would be primarily for damage. Oh, they didn't change that? No, they did not. We've reported that as a bug for like over a year at this point, and they still haven't fixed it. They aren't very good about fixing bugs quickly. I have some things that I found that I would consider to be so damaging to the game if they publicly came out that like you couldn't actively play like half the content because they're super exploitable, and I'm trying to get those fixed, but it's like it's an issue because if I don't make it public, then AGS won't fix it, but if I make it public right now, then PvP is just dead for like the next week or two until they fix it. So I feel like it's better for me to like not say anything for a bit, kind of wait for the pop to taper out, and then I'll force the issue if they don't fix it, and like give them a time to like actually fix the bug. But like most of the things I found are like I consider to be bugs, but this would be like definitely an exploit. It's so wild. Don't they ban too? Not really. If they do ban, it's a temporary ban. Like they'll do like week-long bans. Like they are not aggressive with bans. The motto of like that people say with New World is like cheat, or like what, exploit early, exploit often, or something like that. Like you don't really get punished for exploiting, and usually the benefits of exploiting like outweigh the cons of doing it. Like if you get banned for a week but you get 2 weeks of progress within that week, then it's like worth it, and that's like pretty typical, unfortunately. Oh, this area still has the big bags. I forgot about that. That's another bug that they haven't fixed, but this one's more funny. It's like cosmetic. The elite grave offerings have a chance to give the golden scarabs too, which golden scarabs are used to be used for really good crafting. I don't think they're really used as much now. Yeah, for instance, when the gold dupe stuff came out, like when the game first came out, they banned people for a week for duping gold, and then they made like tons and tons of money off of duping gold, right? So it's like it like encouraged people to exploit effectively. Should probably actually fight here. My Zerg is stuck. I think the dots are moving in this direction. It's like kind of hard to tell. There's also schematics for like food that drop here. So the provisions crates are really important to get because there's schematics for like Desert Sunrise, for example, and that's a abyss food for endgame. Did I get stuck? Gosh dang it. Character just fell in there and... No, wait, no, that's really bad. Oh, I can't request unstuck that frequently. I'm actually like... Oh, I'm fucked. I think I just killed my whole chest run. Yeah, the game's still pretty buggy. I have to get this off before the corruption ticks again, which is in like 1 second here. And it didn't get off. Yep, okay, I'm gonna recall it and I'm not doing a chest run anymore. That's unfortunate. It's a dumb way to end a chest run, but it's not worth trying to come back. The Crush, are you on Marama? Yes, it can be. Okay, let me just sell the shit in my inventory, and then I can hop over there and we can test the thing. Oh wait, I can't even sell this stuff yet. I have to smelt a bit. I'm trying to get my smelting up because this is a way to get gems in the early game. But it's kind of expensive. And it keeps making me broke. What's up, Horo? Are you interested in cosmetics? What are your favorite? I'm not as interested in cosmetics. There's some people that are like really, really into it. I don't think it's like that interesting. Like I've used like 1 or 2 skins since the game came out, but they can be pretty cool looking. Selling like the gear seems to be a way to make okay income with the new players. So I've been trying to do that. Even if it's like a green, I'll just sell it for 50. I did have like one piece that was like almost bis. I did put up for a decent amount. Like 7.5k. It was like actually like a 3 perk bis. But it's for a class that's not super popular, and in early game people don't have money, so. Sir, this is busted. Oh, are you doing... Does the SNS flail thing actually work, Oro? Or is it a different thing? This is a really good piece. What's the new Bis shield strat in the description? We're about to test it, but I think you can do like a trick with SNS and with flail, and then you could use that to basically get infinite buffs. Is that luck? I don't think you can get luck anymore. It's like a really good PvE piece. So I'm putting this stuff on the market in case it sells when I come back, because I want the gold. And if I don't sell it now, then I won't really have a chance to get the gold, because then people will get up to 700 and they won't need to buy anymore. Unfortunately. Yeah, this is a really good piece too. It's physical aversion now, but it's 2.5 perk. That's a really good piece too. This is a pretty expensive one. It's like 1,000. I think the rest I'm just gonna quick salvage. Actually, this one's pretty good. Yeah, the rest I'm just gonna quick salvage. See if any of these other ones are worth keeping, like flails or and whatnot. It's higher gear score to my current sword, so I'll probably just use that one for now. I don't think anything else is really that good. Ramen Crush. Oh, Rainbow BB. Yeah, BB is like really, really, really strong with the target lock. Uh, like it shouldn't be that strong, but it is that strong just because you don't miss shots anymore. Any ideas cooking a new flow IG build for point? What would you run? Of course, new flow artifact, but other perks and gear. I think it would be pretty similar to like the old builds for like Void Dark Plate is like a very solid option for that, and then Shield of Suppression's really good, but you have to get 200 weapon smithing, so it's like really hard to get early on fresh. I don't think there like much has changed for most of the old builds. Let's see. So I need sword and shield, and I need a flail, and I need a tower shield. I've got all of those. Why do they insist on tormenting my favorite weapon? I don't know, man. They do not. Like, BB is like a really weird weapon. It's gonna get nerfed again too because of this. Just because of the target lock. I hate how you have to like slowly increment this now. Like it used to be like way faster. So the thing that I want to check, I don't, so this passive I think is just specific to sword. But that's, or actually no. Well, the kite shield just says sword and shield. So that might have baited. Because the tower should work in a functionally similar way to the kite. I'm trying to figure out if that one's changed at all though, because they redid that passive, right? But we can still check it. Because the endgame tooltip makes it sound like it wouldn't work, but the description of the ability makes it sound like it would work. Like this passive doesn't work on other things, but this one does. So what's reductive superiority look like on here? Yeah, because it says weapon tag flail, required round shield, and then see how it says kite shield here? And this passive, like this works on both weapons, but it says weapon tag flail passive. So that's what made me think that this would work. Crush, you have a BB, right? Oh yeah, you just told me. Oops. So how do I get fortify with the flail? I think if I do this, it will give me 30-second fortify. So let me use this, get a fortify, and then just hit me crush with a BB. I'm not gonna see it if you hit me with the flail, because the BB will proc 5% per, right? And the flail will proc, like the BB will proc 30% per. The flail will proc 5% per. So you like have to use BB. Crush, are you there? You still have the flail out. Okay, crush DC'd. Maybe not. It doesn't look like it's extending it. Can you do it again? Gosh, you need to read my thoughts, man. Is the stream that bad? Is it that behind? Oh. Why is it buffering? Nothing has changed. I mean, I could do a speed test, but nothing's changed. It looks like that passive isn't working with the flail, but it might work with the sword and shield still. I mean, I can close it and then restart it. Yeah, it's just on the Twitch, not on the YouTube. Okay. I don't know why that's happening, but I can't talk to Crush, which is really annoying. He's unable to hit. Crush, I just want you to hit me with the BB to see if the passive works on the SNS. It didn't look like it worked on the flail. For the one with the shield thing. Which is fine now. Okay, I don't know why it died, but it was just Twitch that died, not YouTube. Yeah, so you can see the durations going up. Like, where when he shoots me, like, it went from, like, 7 to 8, and then 8 to 9. I don't know why you're doing damage through the shield, but you can see the duration of the buffs is, like, going up consistently. The other thing was, like, a passive from blocking damage. If I use the flail now, see if the buff duration goes up. So yeah, the buff duration doesn't go up. So that is just applying that to SNS. It's not applying to flail. That's sad because it reads the exact same way as the other thing. Like this one doesn't work on sword and shield, but this one does work on sword and shield. Which is frustrating. I kind of want to see if weighted superiority works on the sword and shield stuff. Do I have another CDR thing here? I don't think I do anymore, right? Yeah, I don't have a CDR passive. So I can just, if I use an ability, Crush K shoot me again. I want to see if the ability gets reduced. Do I have refreshing ward on? I have refreshing ward on. Never mind, I have to get rid of a refreshing ward. Get rid of that, and we should be good now. I'm just trying to see if this reduces the cooldown, like which flail abilities work on the SNS, which SNS abilities work on the flail. So just hit me. I'm just trying to see if the cooldown goes down. It doesn't look like it is. So that one's also just flail only. So the only one that works on both the flail and the SNS is really this passive. That one's not very good. Well, that's sad. Coming back to New World with this update, what melee build would you recommend for PvP and which one for PvE? There's a whole video on that, like that I put out. That rates all the builds that are BIS for every single game mode, and I have a tier list built off of that. It's like I would just watch that because it's like that shows kind of everything. It's longer, but you can like skip to the parts that are important to you in terms of what builds. Oh, I got the link now. So no secret BIS. How do you level up your weapons so fast? I leveled up the weapons, I don't know, just passively. I mean, this is not on the same server, right? This is on, this is Legacy. On Fresh, I got 4 to 60, I believe. And I just got those up relatively quickly by doing a Brightwood Elite Zone. Like, that got me to 15 on every single weapon, and then after that I just leveled with them. Yeah, Brightwood Elite Zone seems like a really good area. SNS ZZZ, SNS BIS. Yeah, SNS is the best. Like, you have to run SNS on like any single build that needs a gap close. Has war meta changed in the last 4 months? War meta hasn't changed in about a year and a half. I think the only thing that changed briefly with the war meta is that people tried double tank for a little bit, and then we went back to single tank at a certain point. I think the only people that made double tank work well were like Juan and I, and then Juan stopped playing the game. Okay. So what do I need to level up? I need to do the Loss at the Citadel, which is like actively a nightmare. Kefri is tricky. I could camp outside Kefri and then try to get that one done. That doesn't sound too exciting. I need to do a few BNBs so I can get teardrop. I think that's mostly it. I think I need... How many more cannons do I need? I got 2 cannons right now. I thought I had 3 cannons. I need to have 5 total. So it is daytime right now. I have to wait for a night cycle to turn to day in order to do Kefri. And then for this artifact, I need to do what? The defeat Ancients is really easy. So it looks like I need to just do some stuff in Brim. And I need to do an Isabella thing too as well. For both of these artifacts. So I need to do 1 Tempest. And then I need to hang out down here for a bit. I believe it's, yeah, like right there. That will help me get my artifacts back online. Is SNS Warhammer and Light viable? Not really. PvE, maybe? Sorry, you just answered my question. I just missed that. EE, I don't see your question. I see it now. Is Disdained Inflection the BIS perk now for both PvE and PvE? It seems like it's really, really good. I think it is BIS because it's a multiplicative effect. It's not additive, and most effects are additive, so effectively it like actually makes a dot damage 15% better. I think that's good enough to make it run on a lot of weapons. Especially anything that's like bleed oriented. Like it's really, really good for the blood rapier and stuff like that. A lot better than people like initially thought. I don't know if I should go rapier or hatchet. Rapier, I mean, usually if you're a little bit more int oriented, I'd say go rapier. If you're a little bit more dex oriented, I'd say go hatchet. Or like strength oriented, I'd say go hatchet. Dex doesn't really matter. You can use dex for either. Have you been experiencing lag lately? Yeah, a little bit, but what are your PC specs? The PC specs are pretty good. Like the only weird thing is I have like an older Intel processor for CPU, but like it's still locked in at like 4.3 gigahertz. It's just I don't know how many like cores it has. The game's been kind of freaking out lately. Like right now it says I'm like in DCing, but I'm not DCing. So I need to kill 30 of these guys. Oh wait, this is the cat one. Oh, I forgot about this. Yeah, you can just kill the cats in here. Yeah. It's usually easier with a ranged weapon though. I believe there's cats. Do I have a ranged weapon? Yeah, I do. I don't need high gear score ranged weapon. I can use like a low gear score one. It should be fine. And it's a little easier if I get this ability. I don't really care about anything else. So like those cats, like yeah, they still die really quick. And then there's some cats up here, I believe. And then there's some up over there. I have like refreshing move on my shield right now, so that helps out a little bit. Don't really want to fight you. Just want to kill your cats. It's weird that they get one tap, so it doesn't matter what gear score you use for your secondary. So this is like a 75 gear score ice gauntlet, but it works perfectly fine for killing the cats. That's fine. And the other ones are up over here, and then there's one other area that has them. And I think we need to kill like a few more after that too. Oh, I hate that slow thing. And there's a few up top. Got it. There's one over here. Got it. Then the other ones where the trapper musket is, it's like down here. There's a bunch of cats. If someone hasn't killed him already. Looks like someone killed him. This guy's trying to get his trapper musket or whatever. I don't think you can solo this. Yeah, I was gonna say, this is like a really hard boss. It's kind of annoying because he killed other cats. There's one up there. The other nice spot about being... Actually, no, this doesn't have a day-night cycle that matches Brim. Never mind. I was going to say, I need to keep track of the day-night cycle in Brim as well. Miko really can't figure out what weapons I should play on Musket Rapier right now, but SNS plus anything seems way stronger. Musket Rapier is viable, but it is about creating distance, and you will need to use the Rapier to help you create distance. Musket Rapier is a fine thing to go. SNS plus anything has like been hard meta for the past year. SNS has been very, very strong, mostly because of Leaping Strike. And they haven't really tuned Leaping Strike at all. AGS doesn't really do frequent balancing either. So the meta you see right now is likely going to be the meta for the next 3 to 6 months. Could you see an SNS tree, please? Yeah, sure. This is what I'm using right now. This is just for, like, leveling stuff. Sometimes I go into Defender's Resolve. Shield Rush is just another source of weaken. This is a weaken. And heavy. This is like, Upheaval's really big damage. The one thing you have to know about this is Upheaval hits against targets with CC. Gain 20% more base damage. So it's like, that's an important thing to have. Make sure the target has like one of those effects before you use this. And Upheaval hits like really, really hard. It could also double hit, but I'm not able to consistently replicate that. So if it double hits, then you just basically do twice as much damage as it should. I think there's some cats in here, actually. Let me do a little cheese. So now it's aggroed on the ice pylon, right? Not on me. So that lets me get a little closer without pulling aggro immediately. And then I can kill the cats, and I'm good. So I need 9 more cats where I can kill the actual mobs. The cats are like infinitely easier than the actual mobs. I'm just upset that other guy killed all those cats to be done. And this is for Butcher, and then after this we have to do a Tempest. I actually probably start a queue for a Tempest now, because it's like kind of tricky. If you go to activities, go to expeditions, so you can just queue cross region for anything you need. So if I need a Tempest, then I can just queue for that here. and then we can start the queue process where I'm waiting or whatever while I'm doing other stuff, and I can do whatever I want in the meantime. So the queues usually take kind of long, but if you're doing other things at the same time, it doesn't feel like it matters as much. So yeah, like that one ability on SNS hits for 5k and I'm in heavy, right? I don't think there's anything in here, it's just a tiny chest, yeah. Stuff I can't get yet. What? Died way too quick. I'm also trying to do a heavy attack before I go for the upheaval, because that will give me 30% in power and it'll make it do a decent amount more damage. Everything else is like more minor. I think there are 2 cats down here that I killed at the beginning of all this, and they should be up by now. Now I need one more mob. You can just go to the other side. There should be a small mob. This guy's harder to kill. Yeah, this works. Alright, cool. So now we have Tempest to do. Oh, there are cats up over here too. I think Tempest is our next big thing, because that levels up 2 of our artifacts. I could do Drake enemies in the meanwhile, which are down here. The Drake enemies is like really, really annoying to do. Oh, that's the wrong button. Like they spawn down here. And usually what people do is they get a group. And people just do it together because they spawn like all over the place. So that's a Drake. That's a Drake. They're harder to kill as a solo. Not impossible though. Very tanky though. This build has like a lot of weaken and okay amount of self-sustain. If I want more self-sustain, I should switch out the shield rush for Defiant Stance, which I'm probably gonna do now. I think I need more self-sustain. I just have to wait for this dot to go away, and it should take me out of combat in a second. So I'm just gonna go like basically the same tree and then switch the right side a bit. I don't think I'm ever gonna be at full HP, so some of those perks don't really make sense. So something like that. No, well, I run this build in the PvP island too. Like it is super tanky, and it does good damage because Defender's Resolve is stupid. So I basically can just stick on this, and I don't even have to like think too much, and just pop Defender's Resolve off cooldown. And then the flail also has some heal-oriented effects. So that's a heal right here. If I get hit while this effect's up, then it gives me a lifesteal. So you can see my life is like passively going up. It's like I lost half my HP there, but that's like a relatively tough enemy. I didn't lose too much. There's another Drake over here. There's a bunch of those Drakes on the other side of the lake, the little islands. Yeah, I'm gonna go over here, and then I'm gonna work my way on to the other side on the island. I know what you're talking about. Usually the best way to do this is you just have like a farm rotation so that like when I'm done with the other side, then I can come back over here and kill these. Ow. time to pop the resolve. Oh yeah, the other thing about resolve that's really nice is you get grit while you're popping it. I don't think you get grit during, like, post that, though. But the grit is nice. Alright, now time to go other side. So there's like 3 spawns over here. I think the other side has like 5 or 6 spawns, and you have to go back and forth. This is like one of the more annoying quests. Then I also have defeat ancient guardians at the bridge. They spawn over here. This used to be 30, now it's only 5. And the trick before is there's some hidden ones down by the water that you can do. The archers are really annoying because they apply like a burn. Everything else is pretty easy to get around. How does everyone think the blunderbuss feels after the patch? A lot of people think it's just really stupid strong. Because you don't miss. At least in PvP. So there's like one guy that spawns down here for some reason. That's a secret enemy. But the drakes are the main thing that's going to hold us up, not the guardians. And this is for avoid dark plate leveling. The upgrading part's also going to be really annoying. Not missed. I also probably can drop my con down a bit more. I think I have 200 con right now. I probably can go like 100 con. I think I'd be fine. We have the Isabella queue going on in the meanwhile, so while we're doing this, we're also taking a form of, like, we're also getting value off of that too, right? Because we have to do Isabella at one point. I know that will probably take longer than killing these drakes, so I'm just doing that passively while killing the drakes. The other weird caveat with this is I have my ultimate up right now, but I use Defiant Stance, right? And the ultimate for some reason takes you out of Defiant Stance. There are like 2 ultimates in the game that it doesn't work like that, and that's Detonate and it's Stone Form, and for those reasons those ultimates tend to be more popular. Like that's like one of the reasons why they're really good. But not the only reason. Okay, I need to chill for a sec. Alright, we're good now. I think there's more over here, if I remember correctly, like in the water. I don't know if they're in the landmark, though. Oh, they do count. If they have the little marker over their head, we know they count. So that's why I sold that, or put that stuff on the market before I went to Crush. So I'm like kind of min-maxing here, right? I'm trying to do 3 things at the same time and talk to you guys. That's usually what my leveling experience is like at a certain point. Oh my gosh, I hate being in the water. Can we like not fight in the water maybe so I could like hit the dodge arrow? Thank you. It's not deep enough to swim, but it's too shallow to do weird stuff. Let's see. There's another drake. You can't hit it. And I'm so deep in the water over here. Like, I want to be able to dodge. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna move you a little bit. Thank you. Keep block and attack real quick to get the fortify up. Yeah, this is a lot smoother now. It's another fortify. It's a Brendan weekend. What's the fastest way to make 20k? I think it's doing expeditions or something like that. Like the mutated ones I think give you 1k or something like that. That's what I heard. The other way that a lot of people, well, you know, I lied. The fastest way to make that much money is to swipe. The most ethical way to make that money is probably to do mutations. Can I pull aggro of you? Cool. Just keep swimming. It's fine to fight. Just don't want to be in the water while I'm fighting. Yeah, you can buy gold using third-party sites, and you don't typically get banned. I don't do it, but that's the meta way. The gold prices on the fresh servers are wild. Are they expensive? They should be expensive right now. SNS Flail good for PvP Island? Yeah, I mean, I think SNS Spear is a little bit better than SNS Flail, which is why I picked up a Spear, and that was going to be like another weapon that I level at some point. But SNS Flail is pretty good. The main thing with Scorpion that it gives you is it's a way to pull people closer to you, and mobility seems like it's king right now. Is this guy, like, stronger than the normal Drakes? I did not mean to hit the button. Lost my strong oak flesh. Like, that guy is weirdly tanky. I feel like I didn't change how I played too much. Actually, let me take the oak flesh out of my inventory so I don't accidentally pop that, 'cause it's kind of expensive at this point. I had that in my inventory for the PvP Island as, like, a last resort. But I don't think it's worth it if I'm not there. Circle back around the backside, see if there's any Drakes. Yep, there's another. Can you show flow build after? Yeah, I can show flow build real quick. I changed the flow build a lot, but right now I'm doing barrage. I think eruption also feels pretty good in small scale, but barrage, the nice part about it, if you have a kite shield, is this applies a slow. So if, like, I'm trying to chase someone down, I can apply a slow to them, and that lets me catch. So that was the main reason why I was using it on the island. Arcane Smite is just a way to get a heal on you, get a weaken. Very nice. Trip is another way to get a weaken and a rend. So it all kind of works well together. It's not a high damage weapon though. It's a utility based weapon. So, like, I often, like, use this stuff on Flail, but then I'm gonna spend most of my time on SNS. And SNS is, like, also somewhat of a utility weapon. Yeah, the other Drake was a lot harder than this Drake. He might have been a boss Drake. Didn't really realize I was fighting a Drake boss. That chest doesn't really matter. Okay, get around here though. The legendary creatures, they can drop stuff. It's not really endgame quality at this point, so I don't really force it. What is up here? Definitely not a Drake. Kind of curious though. Oh, there's the bridge. That's where I need to go. Whee. Get off your mount while you're falling so you can summon immediately. If you fall off your mount by force, then you can't summon your mount for a bit. So jump off, then break it. Trying to use the archer as a speed boost. It's not hitting me though. So we go back to the other side and we repeat the process while we wait for our Tempest, basically. Tumbler on first OPR. No way! You got Tumbler immediately? Tumbler's like one of the best artifacts in the entire game. You got that immediately? That's crazy. Someone in our company actually got it really, really quick too, and I was like surprised. I think he got lucky though. Well, it sounds like you got lucky. Because they didn't really up the PvP drop chance for things. So that's one perk unlocked for our Void Dark Plate. And do we have Drakes up over here? Yeah, we have Drakes up over here, so we can go infinite on this Drake farm. Now, what's really nice if you do this in a group is you could have people in a group killing Drakes at different spots. And then that adds towards the same level up bonus. So it's like, you can do this like 2-3 times faster, basically. you have other people. Wait, let me block something real quick. Let the fortify up. How you got grit during that? They still hit me. Speaker should change title since we tested and it didn't work. Yeah, the problem is it doesn't actually update. I could change the title, but like it won't update on the stream for some reason until I stop and start it. Maybe it will update in like 15 minutes or something like that. It's not consistent though. It did on Twitch? Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, the new strat for the shield that we're trying is using sword and shield passives with the flail, because it seemed like they changed those and that it would work, but it did not work. Which is why it's good to test stuff in game after you like theory craft things. That would have been such a cool build, I'm not gonna lie. You could still kind of build that way with the sword and shield. It's just like it's based off resolve, right? Like resolve is your main way to get buffs on the SNS. This would be a resolve based build. Oh yeah, 200 focus tanking is a lot better now because you have more stats too. You could do 200 focus, 450 con, like that's a lot better. And then 200 focus extends the durations of your buffs as well. So that might be a good tech. Now I have 3 artifacts I'm trying to level up, more or less at the same time. Cool. This is actually giving a good amount of weapon XP too, I'm not gonna lie. So what do we unlock on the... We got Enchanted Ward? Okay. You have Dark Reinforce, which is the main thing, so that increases... Your armor is increased by 20%. Your Fortify also will be compound with that, basically, so... Anytime you go Void Dark Plate, it's usually a Fortify-based build. Corrupting portal map buff after entering an instance is still there. Reported this like over a year ago. Yeah, I think they ignored a lot of reports recently too. Like when they, I think the last 6 months they started just ignoring reports and they're like, we're just gonna wait for the new version of the game. Everything's gonna be better. The grass is greener. The bugs will go away. And it was like, nope, the bugs are still here. And they actually reintroduced some old bugs with it too because they forked off a earlier build and they didn't like backfill the new fixes. So they kind of messed up in a few ways there. Another Drake over here. For Resolve, if you guys are wondering, is a way that it reduces damage that's incoming by like 50% in PvE. And then it also gives you a heal at the end. So it's just a very strong ability. It did get changed recently to have a shorter cooldown, and then that heal is based off your base HP, not your max HP anymore. So a lot of people have argued it's like weaker in some aspects, but it feels pretty good because it also like activates sooner in animation than it used to. And the concern before is like you'd use it and you would die by the time it finished. And now it's like you can just activate it and you know you're safe. So it feels like a pretty good ability. Tempest isn't a really popular dungeon, so I'm not surprised this is taking longer. It's also an endgame level dungeon. And I'm not queuing as tank. All 3 of which will make it longer. Last time I did like a queue, it took like 15-20 minutes, and then that's searching for everyone on the entirety of the East Coast. So anyone that's trying to level up Void Dark Plate should be doing Tempest at one point. There's another... Oh, there's one in here. Oh, I didn't see this one before. Hello. Good morning. We're kind of bad. I'm just walking around butchering all these drakes. We're halfway there now. It's just faster to create a lobby and recruit people for it. Yeah, but I can't do it passively, right? Like, I'm doing another thing in the background at the same time. The other problem with the lobbies is it's localized to your server. It's not across all the servers on the coast. So, like, one thing I used to do a lot was I create a lobby, get people from this server that would, like, want to actually do it, and then I'd invite them to group from the lobby, and then we'd queue with those new people, so it would be faster. But not doing that at the moment. There's my drake. There's like one or two over here too, if I remember right. Too deep of water to dodge. Gonna back up a bit. The Butcher's Whirling Blade, I think, doesn't apply a rend anymore. I thought this used to apply a rend. Yeah, now it's just... it applies a bleed. And they changed the passive for... oh no, I think it just applied a bleed before, but they changed the passive on Whirling Blade to be dependent on your shield that you have equipped. So a light shield will be a bleed. A heavy shield's a weaken. It's kind of interesting. Drop. Music. Hey, we got all the music right now. It's not shield, it's a weight class. Oh wait, yeah, that's right. Yeah, this one's weight, and then they have like this one here that's shield. That's right. So yeah, so like heavy is a 16% weaken for 6 seconds. Medium is increased stam regen by 10% per hit for 4 seconds, which I think is the weakest one. And then light is a 15% rend for 10 seconds. So like I think light is the best, heavy is in the middle, and then medium's the worst for that. This other one, round is pretty good and tower's pretty good. Kite's not very good. I think they're trying to create something that made like kite shields a little bit more viable, because kite shields typically just aren't worth it. Like you usually want to be either offensive or defensive, not like in the middle, and kite shields are kind of the middle option. But oh, we got 2 bleeds, right, because each hit can put a bleed on them, and it hits twice. Forgot about that. What's going on in my recruitment chat right now? Amarine. I don't want to do Amarine. Amarine gives you the bile thing that I have, but that's mostly it. We're 19 out of 30 now. We need to kill 11 more drakes. Then we got Tempest. After we finish this area, I'm probably gonna keep the Tempest queue going, and then I'm just gonna move to what do you call it? To Brim, and then do some stuff in there, because I have a thing I need to do in Brim for artifacts as well. I think actually upgrading artifacts is like, it's kind of early for that, but we can do a lot of other things. Like you need to have matrices to upgrade the artifacts, and those aren't super easy to get. Oh, finally got a friend. Name is Spear. You guys have any wars coming up? We're attacking in like a day or two, but we need to get the deck. We're either gonna we're thinking about declaring for Windsward, which I think will be a more competitive war, but the issue is that we don't have our full company on the server yet, because some of them are leveling up on other servers that are less populated to get the PvP track stuff done. Like, do like the balloons, basically, because if it's a less popular server, that gets even easier. So we're missing like 3 healers right now. And then the other region we're thinking about taking is Evan, because we think we can take Evan without like needing anyone, basically. We don't need a super good army to take Evan on this server. We did have a defense the other day, and we won a 45 v50 on defense, and it was a complete stomp, but it was kind of fun. It was console players, so they're getting used to the game. Actually did really well for like a first console war. Like they actually were like kind of coordinated. I was surprised, but it looked like one giant death ball. It didn't necessarily like there wasn't structure with what they were doing. Server you're on now. This is Pangaea. It makes my heart happy that dopamine is yellow. Yellow on top. I'm trying to pull him to the out of the water, but I don't think we needed to. This guy has like really high DPS. He's like he has great sword hatchet, I think, so it's like super high DPS class. Or great sword Warhammer, or no, he's hatchet Warhammer. Yeah, hatchet Warhammer is an old build. Oh yeah, that guy's like a super... That's the guy we fought before. That was totally the boss. He accidentally sold a boss. I was like, why is this so much harder? I don't see any more drakes. I'm gonna circle back around. We need 5 more. Partially charged heavies are nice on hammer because they proc all heavy attack perks in the tree. Yeah, like a half heavy. Or you cancel a little bit early, but it still counts as a heavy attack. It's like a secret thing that the game doesn't really tell you. There's light attack, there's heavy attacks, and there's half heavy attacks. Half heavy attacks do a little bit less damage than like fully charged heavy attacks and a little bit less armor break. But for certain weapons, they are really, really nice. Oh. Getting off my mount. So you can dash while swimming too. You can't spam it though. It's not like a key that you hold, but you can tap it and like you do like a breaststroke thing. I didn't realize that. Good thing I could show it because there's nothing going on here. But so if I start swimming, you could tap the shift key and then you do like a little fast stroke. You just can't hold it down. Like if I hold it down, this is me holding it down, I'm not going fast, right? But if I tap it, and then I tap it, then it's fast. Weird swimming trick. SNS good with Blunderbuss? Used to be better, still pretty good. It's like a combo build, right? Like you use SNS to gap close to like kind of stun the target in place, and then Blunderbuss is doing its own thing. Is there a way to get rid of this stupid icon at the top left corner of my screen? Because oh my god, it's driving me nuts. Meeker, what's the stat spread now? Can my Great XBB dream come true? I mean, you have 50 more stats, right? So you should be able to make it a little bit better. I think it would be 150, 300, 200? Yeah, it'd be 150, 300, 200 crush, which is like your dream stat line, I think. So yeah, you can make it come true. And you could drop the... You can go like 150 con, and then you can go like 350 strength if you wanted, so yeah. Three more Drakes. And then we gotta do Isabella. That used to be a good bow. Oh, what are bruisers running? Oh. Bruisers are going like... Actually, I don't know exactly what bruisers are going. I think they'll either go 200 con, 400 strength, or no, 450 strength, or they'll go, or they'll go 300 con or 350 con. Just use the Warhammer heavy attacks and just dump the rest in strength. Like, I think there's two different ways to go about it, where you either want the grit and the damage reduction with grit, or you don't. I think 350 kind of makes more sense, though, because you should just spam Warhammer attacks. Hey, Mika, what are your suggestions for VGIG build for wars as the beginning of the class? Go Mad Gauntlets, which you need to get from Tempest when it's the right week from mutations. You cannot get it right now. And it's a very, very perk-driven requirement class. Like, you need to have a lot of different weapon perks to make that, to make it work. So it's not something that you will be able to get online in a super early game. But in mid-game, you should be able to get it online. Alright, one more. Last Drake. What happened to our Tempest queue? Oh, I joined a group, so it stopped. Alright, now we're both queuing Tempest. It's, I know he has to do that later, and then I can go do a different thing. Meeker, did you find the Reddit post about nameplates? No, but I can find it real quick. I swear we posted it in general today. I'm about to search for nameplates. You guys type way too much in general now. Oh. Horo's saying it doesn't work. Horo tried it. I guess it doesn't work. Um... Yeah, I don't have it. It was somewhere buried in my Discord at this point. Let me see if I... different way to find it. It's not it. Yeah, I don't know where it is. I saw a thing about it at one point today, but I don't see it now. So I need to do this area. If I find it, I'll let you know. I just don't see it. I found an interesting Lebgrad check the other day. As anyone has an interest in trying it, you hit the mount key at the top jump. It extends how high you can ledge jump a ledge grab a bit. Huh, that's cool. Because there's no one farming these artifacts. Am I just 65 really fast or what? No, people just aren't. Like, I don't know what's going on. That's something I noticed too. Like, the ones for mutations you can still get. Like, I have 2 from the mutations this week, right? Because if you go to activities and then go to mutated, like these rotate every week, right? So you kind of want to do the ones that you need now. This top one dropped Butcher, so I did that. This middle one dropped Void Darkplate, so I did that. Imperium Forge drops the Fire Staff, so some people I think want to do that one. That's cool, I didn't know about the random one. And then Soul Trials also give like some unique rewards, but they aren't super great. Like they're 650. The main thing is that you get the Power Stone from that. So I think people just want to do like 1 or 2 of these and then get the Power Stone, and then you don't really need to do any more. Are there any good Void Blade builds? For leveling I did Void Blade and it felt pretty good, but I don't think there's a specific Void Blade build that anyone's like made work recently. Void Blade also just, it got, like, it feels less clunky than it did, but it feels like it got nerfed. This is a tree I was using while leveling with Void Blade, and I was just dumping points into Tether because I didn't know where to put them. But the idea is use Void Blade, put Essence Rupture on target, and then you just get a ton of healing. This actually works very similar to how the BBVG build works now, because you go Essence Rupture, you go Tether, and then that build goes Scream. So you hold people in place, and then you deal a good amount of damage with the BB. I get 7 artifacts today. In all of them, I gotten 1 to 4 kills each, so like super easy farm. Yeah, it seems like they made it a lot better in terms of getting the artifacts, but some of the quests are ridiculous. Like the new Warhammer artifact has like the hardest quest I've ever seen, and it might actually be impossible to do. You grow because you can't upgrade to 725, so they don't care for now. They'll cry later. Yeah, I mean, you can't even get it to like 700 right now. Like you need a weapon matrix in order to do that, and I think those aren't really possible to get. Actually, there might be. Oh, I think Elysian might give some weapon matrix and quests. That'd be a good thing to check. Actually, shoot me. Let me do my crafting stuff real quick, and then I might check that. This last box just doesn't open up for some reason. Do I need more buy orders? It's 130. I'm trying to get to 150. Nice. Found a group for the Tempest. This is why I was trying to do it in the background. Because it's like, I don't have to spend a lot of time, like, actually thinking about it, but if a cube pops, then we can use it. This looks like a 35 angle. And after this Tempest, and I have 2 artifacts that benefit from it. So I have to defeat 50 Corrupted in Tempest Heart, and then I have to defeat Isabella in Tempest Heart. Now I do want to change my SNS tree, but I don't know if I have time to change it at this point. I want to go for the Shield Rush instead of going for Stance. So what are my stats like? They're still 200 in the max strength? Okay, cool. So this looks like an experienced player if they're pulling all the way to here. Because this is the spot where people usually pull for the mutations, but we're in a regular one, so it's not as important. But yeah, one other thing too is a tip for new players. After you do your last attack for your auto chain, your character will be stuck for a second before you can do stuff, right? So just cancel that with a dodge. Or use an ability. So it's very common to see people go for like if I was trying to combo a heavy attack, I'd go heavy attack into an ability, and then I would do other stuff, and at the end of this, I'd go into an ability. So it's like you kind of weave them together. So you don't have that downtime. It just increases your DPS. I'm hiding my chat. What is the hammer quest? The hammer quest involves doing the sandworm raid, which they recently made more difficult. There is currently no group that has beaten a new version of the sandworm raid. It is too difficult for the best speedrun groups to do right now. Because they changed some of the mechanics, and it requires 20 people, so it takes a decent amount of time to like actually figure out how to do it. I don't think it's going to be beaten for a while. But it does offer this endgame gear, so there's a very big benefit to trying to do it. You did it? Oh, you beat it now? What'd they do for the tanking problem? Because I know you can't do the cheese tank strat anymore. But the hard part about that is that you have to beat the raid while you're using that hammer artifact, and it's completely useless in the raid. Which means that you have to already beat a raid that's like, okay, there's one group that's done it so far. You have to beat that raid that one group has done, but you have to grief yourself and use a useless secondary in that raid. So I don't think it's super possible to like actually get the artifact from that. Tank on the right side? Oh, is that on the left and it still works? Sounds like an AGS fix for you. I need a better sickle, or no, pickaxe. I've got the flint one still. People are selling like mithril ones for 5k, and I was kind of tempted just to splurge and get one. But I haven't done it yet. Are we just running through, or are we killing? Apparently we're killing. Drop a pile and run. Well, passive damage. I was using Cannon, but Cannon is an AoE and Bile's AoE, so I think Bile ends up being like as much, if not a little bit more damage than the Cannon. Oh, and the other thing I need to do is I need to do 2 more B&Bs so I can salvage the Cannon heart runes to get Teardrop. I think you need to do 3 now. I used to have to do 10, and then Teardrop I consider to be like the best earring in the game for most classes. Deckhand's Promotion, that was like such a good one. It's like making a case for itself. that earring, or what that earring does that I want is it has refreshing move on there, or sorry, no, refreshing ward. So every time you get hit, or if you get hit 4 times, it reduces your cooldowns by 2%. And basically in spots where you're getting hit a lot, it's like super fast cooldown reduction. So it's really popular for like tanks and like more utility classes to use that. The pity systems get the people to artifact in like 5 minutes. Yeah, I think it's better. The quests are still pretty painful. Does anyone know if there's a good way to get weapon matrices on Fresh Start, or like matrices in general? Because that's necessary to upgrade gear. Season pass. Damn, is it really gonna come down to that? And it's mostly on the premium side from what I can see when I click through it. Just kill this guy real quick, just kind of being annoying. By real quick, I mean I don't have insane DPS, but... So I'm playing like a utility class is in the tank, or not in the tank role right now. Ow. So every time I'm getting hit, my buffs are duration's getting extended, right? So I don't know if you guys see my buff duration right now, but I have like the buff for the SNS, the resolve, was 14 seconds, and that normally is like 8 seconds. So I got like twice the duration there because of a passive on the SNS tree. That's kind of new, which is insane. I do this real quick. Not worth it. You get one of them each, 2 in premium. I see. Otherwise, you have to get what, 200 weaponsmithing or like 200 of whatever profession, and then you can start making them. So they're going to be really expensive at the beginning of the game. That's necessary to put the 3rd perk on artifacts. I think there might be quests that give them too. It's the only other thing I was thinking about. It's a little bit harder for me to look up while I'm running around in here. Let's see. Make sure I don't fall off. I just see crafting recipes. I don't see where it actually drops. So that would make it seem like it doesn't come from a quest. Yeah, I'm required. Oh, it's 250 now? It's not even 200? You have to get to 250? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, AGS. Yeah, that passive makes right clickers even worse to deal with. Oh yeah, because it extends the duration of conditioning, right? Because conditioning's a buff. Also makes shirking fort a lot better for SNS. Like, I would not be surprised if all SNSs move to shirking fort conditioning, and it just never goes away. And fortify. Yeah, exactly. It's like there's so many effects that are good with that. Like, you can go sturdy fortification, block like 1 or 2 times, and then just as long as you're being hit, that's going to be proccing. Like, you become so tanky with that new passive. Which looks like I'm about to get my final level of my flail, which is nice. And then I have IG left to do. Ooh, don't need to go down there. There's nothing down there. But yeah, we got our... this got upgraded, so we unlocked... Oh wait, no. What upgraded? This? Yeah, we got Keenly Jagged unlocked. Now Butcher's fully leveled, basically. So we have to upgrade it, which is what we're talking about. We're saying it's like relatively hard to upgrade stuff now. There's our last level for Flail. Is this 700? I noticed that when I did a mutated, I got a named weapon that dropped at 700, which is really interesting because named weapons used to drop at like 650 and they weren't ever usable in endgame standards. But if they're 700 gear score, if there's a good enough named weapon, they totally are usable. So I'm like kind of curious if there's any refreshing word weapons that are like 700 now. It's like something I'm like actively thinking about for this. Also, if you've done the main story, you don't actually get to see the expeditions anymore. You just see the solo trials, right? So it's kind of interesting that you go back to these and then you can do them. Like, they don't really introduce expeditions at all with the new progression system. I think the early game stuff actually feels really good right now in terms of like leveling up. Like, even when you get to 65, it feels really, really good. Like, honestly, I think the progression's like gotten a lot better at the game. Like, it's just that 725 is like gate kept behind like a few activities, but I'm starting to think about it more, and I think that's like okay. Like, I don't love it, but I think it's okay. Because it's like, you don't need to have 725, right? But 725 is really nice, so it's like if you want to go for that gear, there's a difficult chase involved. But you also could just not get it. You're probably okay. I know my company's trying to do the raid this weekend, and I have 9 Discord notifications. And 5 of them are from New World Discords. Are we doing the raid right now? Events. Running in. Or we could do a chest run in CK and get the balloons. You don't even have to do the PvP. That's kind of interesting. They're not doing the raid yet. Okay. Cool. Then I have Scorpion Sting too, but I don't know if I'm gonna level up Scorpion Sting right away. I do want to get it up because I think Scorpion Sting's gonna be really good for the PvP area from what I've seen so far. Because there's just like, there's a lot of ranged people in it. Like, you don't have to run ranged with the whole teaming aspect, but there's definitely more ranged because of the teaming aspect. Are there any items? Perks, refreshing. Yeah, like this doesn't drop higher right now. Like they would have to say like 620. Oh shoot, it'd say 625 to 700 like this stuff, but this says it's not really obtainable. Do I see like named weapons? Is there a way just to see named weapons? I'm really looking for 650 to 700 though, so I could just scroll back to that. Rarity, legendary. Oh yeah, there's Night Veil stuff that's coming up. That's gonna be pretty good. I think everyone's gonna get that and use that as their temporary bis. You can click upgradable. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Good call. And I don't even see the stuff that I had before that was upgradable. I don't think that works. Oh, this gear is upgradable? That's kind of scary. Oh, I didn't know there's a Bis Fiji that dropped from that raid. Used to work? Yeah, yeah, it used to, but now you can't upgrade it, right? Like they got rid of that factor now. Oh, named. Yeah, you could turn on named. There you go. Like, yeah, this is 650. But there's some of these that I've seen drop at like 700. Like for the mutations. Upgrades are gone, so just rely on random drops now. For the most part. You could upgrade like gear to 725, but you can't upgrade to 700. So yeah, you are kind of relying on random drops. What's the Bis Fiji? There used to be one that had thwarting counter that was Bis, but because of the con change, I don't think it's Bis anymore. I think the Bis Fiji now is like, it's probably Plague Crits a Keen Scream. Like, I think it's like, just keep it simple. Like, that one's been effective. Also, isn't this the wrong way? Or did they add swimming? Yeah, okay, I'm not high. Oh, that was kind of funny. Oh, shit. Unstucking puts me back at the beginning. Keen with mag gloves, meh. Like, yeah, that's exactly what I would think too. It's like it's pretty meh, but it's like it's okay. No one really goes damage Fiji anymore. It's like all pure utility. So plague crits is like the thing that people always try to get. Like, is there anything else that you can get on a VG? Second, I'm trying to run and look at this at the same time. It's not really working that well. I think I need to just run for a second. Oh, Disdained is okay. That would make the dot effect more powerful, but like I don't think it really helps you that much because it doesn't extend the duration. Yeah, nothing on here is that sexy. It's just like basically what proc perk do you want? Do you want keenly empowered? Do you want keenly jagged? Or do you want plague crits? And plague crits is the best option out of those for most PvP modes. You could go refreshing move as well. Refreshing move I don't think is as popular nowadays. But yeah, there's not, like, it's mostly just about your weapon perk for VG. Everything else is kind of preference. What about the pen and power one? That one has a 1 second, I mean, I guess the plague crits also has a cooldown, but like, that, it has a cooldown and only applies to one person that's hit, which is the same problem that plague crits has. I guess it's comparable to plague crits. I don't think it's worth it. Like, I think plague crits is more value, but like it is an option. best gem for offensive SNS. In the SNS, uh, I don't think you need Empower. SNS has a lot of Empower built into it, so probably something like Malachite kind of makes sense because you're applying slows to people. Opal makes sense because you're dodging, but Malachite has more, as a bigger stat value than Opal. I could also see like Emerald as like a finishing kind of thing, because you often use SNS when you're finishing a target. Like you use it at the start and at the finish, but at the finish, I think it's a little bit more important than the burst damage at the start with it. Like there's a few options, but I think the most consistent one is probably Opal. And then the best one I think overall is probably Malachite, and then there's some bits like Emerald's not bad and Onyx isn't bad either. Does Moonstone ever work? I don't think Moonstone works, because yeah, no, Moonstone doesn't work. You need to use your abilities too much to do damage. Like Moonstone's really good for weapons that like you're constantly on them as a main hand and you're just like rotating off the abilities over and over. Like a lot of people use Moonstone on Void Gauntlet, for example, because they're just ability spamming. But I don't think it's that great on SNS. How's SNS Warhammer for 1v1s? It's a cheese build. I wouldn't say it's that effective. It's okay, but it's not super effective. It's good in 3v3, but I don't think it's good outside of 3v3. And the reason why it's good in 3v3 and not in 1v1s is because 3v3, like, people are forced to play close together. So that's where SNS Warhammer, like, inherently gets value on the Warhammer side. But, like, open world, like, SNS Spear is just strictly better than SNS Warhammer. I'm gonna see if we can make this without using the thing that gives us protection from the corruption. We're gonna hurt a lot. Probably need to pop food after this next one. The regen should be going on through the corruption. Yeah. Yeah, we should be okay. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna make it fine. They are so far ahead of me. If you hit unstuck now in a dungeon, it brings you back to the very beginning, and I forgot about that. So I probably should have just died. Instead, I'm just not going to be present in this dungeon, but I'm still giving leadership to them, so I'm still giving some value. You think 725 BB with pen and power could be better than Pestilence for Great Axe BB? I mean, it would work on your first shot, it wouldn't work on your second shot, and it wouldn't work on your ASB. Maybe it would work on your ASB, actually. So yeah, it's arguable. Like, I think it's something that people need to play with. It's something that's, like, hard to say from, like, a numbers perspective. The armor pen works on all crits, yes. I mean, yeah, it would work on the crits. Well, no. Actually, no, yeah, no, it wouldn't be good. You're right, Crush. Because it has a 1-second cooldown, right? So it'd work on one of the crits. So that sounds pretty bad, actually. Oh, wait. Does Pen and Power have a cooldown, or does it not have a cooldown? Because if it doesn't have a cooldown, it's great, but if it has a cooldown, it's not. It has a 1-second? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I thought it had a 1-second cooldown. Pen E. Yeah, it has a 1 second cooldown. So that'd be bad on BB. They do this without the healer? Okay. It's also in the proc bucket, right? Like this is under proc. Yeah, it's under proc, which makes it like really, really hard to get a lot of value out of in a lot of weapons. So you're comparing this to Keenly Empowered on BB, and Keenly Empowered is probably a better option. It pens armor and cleanses in power. Yeah, but it's still only good on a utility class, right? Because it will only pen armor on 1 hit of the 6 pellets that you apply on BB. So it doesn't really boost your damage whatsoever. Like, I could see it, like, from a utility class standpoint, but, like, I don't really think it's that good. One of the effects has a cooldown. We don't know if they both do. If it says... Well, yeah, you could figure that one out on New Road Buddy pretty quickly. Perks. Penetrating the empowered. Where's the 1 second cooldown? Oh, no, you're right. The armor pen doesn't have a cooldown. It's just the strip. So yeah, it actually, no, that is pretty good on BB, actually. Yeah, you're right. Because activation cooldown only applies to the strip. That's actually a really good perk, then. And it's totally misleading when you read it this way. Holy shit on VG also? Yeah, it's also pretty good on VG. I mean, that's just good on every weapon, then. And you can get this on the artifacts from the island, right? Or... From, acquisition... I could just go named, right? Name should work. Yeah, it's like on all the thing. Yeah. Wait, that just got a lot better. This gear just got a lot better from the PvP island. Yeah, shit. Okay. It's a really good perk then. So what are the best perks for BB? Probably penetrating empowered. You can't do keenly empowered with it. So penetrating empowered, like attunement, is relatively popular. And then like enchanted, I guess. Is there a better option than enchanted nowadays? Disdained. I mean, Desperate Empower technically is better than Enchanted, but it's hella sus to use.
And at long last, the fools shall know their true purpose. That she would feast upon their souls.
What are we waiting for? Oh. Yes, that means like all the PvP stuff just got a lot better. It's actually video worthy, Crush, I'm not gonna lie. Cause that is hella this is so misleading. Like the text on there is incredibly misleading compared to how good that actually is. Yeah, that Great Ox is actually really good too. Because that means, like, the Vicious, right? So it's like, if you crit, you have Vicious Supply, and you penetrate the impact. Like, you penetrate them a little bit more, too. So that's so good.
And at long last, the fools shall know their true purpose. That she
So that fire staff's also probably really, really good. What do you guys think is better, 10% armor pen or, what do you call it? Or Lacridus punishment? Like 15% base damage or 10% armor pen? Because that's what the comparison would be. I think both are really good. Well, given that everyone's heavy armor, pen might be better. Yeah, I think pen is better. So yeah, I actually think that PvP Island has really good gear now. I thought it was all useless because I had penetrating empowered, but that turns out to be a really good perk. Because of the weird circumstance where the penetration doesn't have a cooldown, but the strip does have a cooldown. Nope, can't do it. I thought I would be able to.
My power is endless.
There goes Isabella. Is it worth to stack Rogue and pen backstab on Hatchet? Yeah. No, there's no diminishing return with it. It's just you need to hit people from behind, right? If you're not hitting people from behind, or you won't crit, and if you don't crit, then damage bad. Yeah, so like that's 675. Like this is the weird thing with named items now. It's like I got a 700 gear score named item from like a B&B. And this is a 675 named item. Like if I look up Deadly Cyclone on here, oh, it does say 700 gear score. So wait, do I just need to look for named equals yes? Yeah, like all these are named items that are 700 gear score now. All of these. I'm trying to see if any are like really good looking. Because it's okay to use a 700 gear score weapon sometimes. Or like armor piece. It looks like none of them have like super illegal perks though. Like they all look kind of average. What about if I put in refreshing? Is there an armor piece or something weird? No, it's all 625. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have anything like super crazy, but they have some good stuff. So like some of the named weapons are a bit better than they used to be. Nope. Storage full. Buy orders went through again. You see the illegal worm gear? Oh yeah, everyone's talked about the illegal worm gear. It's like insanely strong if you can get it, and I wouldn't be surprised if it gets removed at some point. Oh my gosh, I got teardrop? How do you get teardrop? Like from a random drop, or you crafted it? No, read above, I'm theory grafting. Oh, you go teardrop. Refreshing stacking in lieu of refreshing move, troll. Oh yeah, you can go teardrop with, yeah, that works, Crush. I've cooked that before. It feels pretty good. I want this stuff back. I think that's it. I need to buy a house here too. Yeah, that's why I put the gear in the market. Gear is selling in early game. See if there's any sulfur chunks on the market. That would be an easy way to get maxed, or to get to 150. But let me sell this stuff first real quick. Oh, that's pretty good. Strike health. That's better than my current amulet. Cool. I'll wear that. Salvage the rest of this. So what perks do we have now? Physical aversion, just need to upgrade. Keenly jagged. And empowering whirling blade. Yeah, so the only thing we don't have upgraded now is the flail. Okay. This is how I make the charcoal. Also do silver ore. If it's cheap enough, but 0.8 is too expensive. I think that's my buy order. Nope, it's not. Oh, well, I got both the aged wood buy orders then. This case of nature. This one I want to buy order on still. 600 I'll just buy. That's way too cheap. It shouldn't be this cheap, and they're really cheaping right now. What are the best territory bonuses to focus first? It depends on the territory. So CK, I'm just focusing on gathering because I think it's gonna be a really good gathering zone. I usually try to do storage as like the main one, and then I want one zone with the tax stuff and one with the refining if I'm trying to optimize. And that's most of it. So I need star metal ore. It should be pretty cheap. A bunch of charcoal. And iron. Iron's really easy to get levels and make money off of right now too. Like it's 3 levels right there. Okay, I see your SNS tree, please. Yeah. This is what I've been running. And then I switch some of the stuff on the right to Shield Rush, depending on the situation. Normally you would take confidence, like in a spot where I have a healer with me, I should be taking confidence, but in a spot where I don't have a healer with me, my health won't always be full, so it doesn't really make sense to take it. Otherwise, I think everything on here is like kind of self-explanatory. Achilles Heel you don't have to take, it's not that great of a perk. Precision's a pretty good perk, so like that could be better. One of the shields seems insane. Defensive trading only matters if you block. If you don't block, you don't have to take this perk. Buy like 500 of this maybe. My goal is to get to a spot where I can start making gems. Anyone know how to make the quest objective show up? I don't know how to do it with the new UI. I used to know how to do it, but the new UI is like kind of funky. That's 140. You need 10 more levels. So I could splurge on Obsidian Flux. Like that would be one way to do this. Obsidian Flux is like really expensive right now though. Like it's like 4 per. So like it doesn't really make sense to buy a lot of it. Like I could buy 100 maybe. I don't think I'd ever want more than that. I need to get like 10 more levels, I think. Now 7 more levels. Oh, I'm gonna run out of iron before anything else, so I can just do this to the full. I'm just trying to leave room for star metal ingots. I can sell the star metal ingots now too. So I need iron. I'm probably just gonna buy like 2,000 iron. Just to get my last level. That sounds like a okay idea. I could buy all that. Maybe this too. And then I could sell the other stuff. Okay. Someone bought that already. I could sell you. Actually, I don't want to sell that yet. I could sell the ingots though. And these are worth a good amount. Eager, what's the melee armor nowadays? You do 1 defensive perk, you do conditioning, so slash conditioning or thrust conditioning most commonly. Wow, that only gave me 1 level? That's it? Okay. I thought would have given me a lot more. So you, and then after you do the conditioning, like your last perk option's flexible. Like a lot of people run health for PvE, for example, but I don't think it's best for PvE anymore. Kind of low. Can I cancel a buy order? Don't really want to cancel a buy order. Cancel this one, but I guess I'll cancel one of these for now. Prefer if something actually sold. Yeah, I'm not at 100 sell orders yet, so that's good, but I'm about to be in a spot or it's not great. Thanks, Young. Welcome to the Crow family. In regards to armor weight, but that's also helpful. It doesn't matter. Armor weight, it's the same thing. And even in light, you want the protection and then conditioning. So like where I have thrust conditioning here, like thrust conditioning is a really good piece, but I also want a protection perk. And the example of a protection perk would be Enchanted Ward. Grit Ward is a protection perk, but it's not a super popular one. Do I have anything else with a protection perk right now? No. Shirking Fort, Elemental Aversion. Physical Aversion is technically a protection perk, but it's like it's not meta very often. Like not right now. It's another level. Yeah, I just need to buy like some star metal ore here and I should be good. I'm not sure if a light melee is a thing of competitive PvP or not. It's not. There's one light melee build that's sometimes used, and it's very, very rare for it to be used, and that's Great Sword Hatchet. The other one that like sometimes comes into meta is like, I don't even know when to call it light melee, but like Abyss Fire Stop is a light melee build in a way, and that's used sometimes. Light melee is not commonly used outside of small scale PvP. Where's 150? Perfect. Okay. So now I can create this cache of prospected gems. Got a bonus one out of that too. And this should give me endgame level gems. And that is how I was gonna make money. Now the only thing is I need to turn that into like an opal. But we can see how much those sell for right now too. So now I can sell all this and I can cancel my buy orders. For aged wood and green wood because I don't need them anymore. And I can just buy gold. Gold ore. 30 cents. This is printing money. This is actually printing money. Oh my god. Okay. How much money though is it printing? That's another question. Let's see. How much does like a pristine moonstone sell for right now? It's not worth, no, it's not worth that much. It's worth a lot more than that now. What are you guys on? Like that is a bit more like it. Like it should be about this. But I also want to make the gems. So I need to get stone cutting up. Or did they put that in jewel thing now? I think they put that in jewel. Dude, it's 16 cents on my server. Yeah, so this is a way that Keontu showed us yesterday after we hosted them, like on how to make money. He's a lot better at me at making money, so I'm just stealing his strats. But you have to get this up a bit, which is the problem. But I'm taking gold and making onyx, which onyx are worth a lot more than gold. I think you do it here is like what you go now to cut the gems. Yeah. So they separated the cutting and the other aspect. So I need to buy moats too. So moats are my next buy order. And then I can make the gems using the gold, so then everything kind of works together. Emotes. I don't even have to do a buy order for that. I can just buy that. It gets as cheap as the buy order. Just to have like a little bit to craft stuff with. Why did that back me out? Because it just upgraded. Oh, now it's bugged. The structure was about to be modified. It'll be to... Oh! I've never seen that happen before. It just upgraded right in front of my eyes. That's a lot cheaper. So don't do fire yet. What about death motes? Death motes are surprisingly profitable usually. People don't usually splurge on these, but they're used for endgame level equipment. Water's not very useful. It's used for like oak flesh. So it's usually pretty cheap, good for leveling. Air we already got. Earth is usually pretty cheap and life is expensive. So I'm just doing a small buy order for these now. So I'm basically trying to get the... And I need to do weaponsmithing as well, but that's like a different thing. I want weaponsmithing up so that I can craft rune glass. And so I can craft the 200... craft my favorite shield in the game. Because you need to have weaponsmithing up for that. But this stuff is still pretty good. This is supposed to be my refining capital, so I'm probably just gonna like actually commit to making this a refining capital now. And then selling stuff I wanted to do in a different city, but... Okay, what city did I sell up? I think I set up Everfall for selling. Let's see what bonuses I take in Everfall. Oops. Good luck here. Or is it Brightwood? I took bonuses for it. Storage, standing, that's nothing. What about Windsward? Tax fee, station fee. So Windsward's kind of a hybrid. So I could probably do Windsward for it. Yeah, so I should do Windsward for selling stuff. Oh no, Eden... Okay. So Eden's my selling territory. What is Brim? Brim is gathering, okay. So I did station fee and Windsward. Okay, so I should be using Windsward for this other stuff that I'm doing right now, and I should just be selling stuff here. Okay, so I need to... we're organizing my chests right now. And I just forgot where I was going with my idea here. So this is where I want to sell stuff, right? So I don't actually need to have a lot in Windsward. In here, I need to have my stuff in Windsward for the most part. So I'll move that here to... Or Windsward's my refining, I need to put my buy orders here. Okay, so that goes there, that goes there. This goes here. Everything else can kind of float around, but I don't really want it here either. So I'll just dump it in a random chest. Okay. In a better spot now. In Windsward, I need to put this stuff in there too. So I'm just trying to put gems into this area, but I want to put buy orders for the gems here, if that makes sense. So I'm doing buy order here, taking that from there, moving it to a different city, and then doing the other things so I can like double down on the taxes. But in the meantime, I think we just buy some gold ore. Which they aren't selling to me, which kind of makes sense. I don't want to... I want to leave a little bit of the ore so that people go lower with the prices, but I'm going to be using gold ore to make money. That makes sense. So I'm trying to manipulate the market a bit on this server. So I take that, I just bought it here, I need to transfer it to that other area and then go Windsward and do my stuff with it. So I take this, throw it in the Windsward. Too heavy for Windsward, I'll throw it in Warden or something like that, and then I'll go Windsward. What's the best weapon to go with Fire Staff? Rapier, Ice Gauntlet, or Great Axe with the Abyss. All three are really good. What's the best weapon to pair with VG for solo PvP? Blunderbuss. You use VG for Tether, Essence Rupture, and for Scream as a setup tool, and use Blunderbuss to finish people off. I forgot I need to put stuff in inventory now. So then I would need to go here, grab my gold, take the gold, refine here, and then sell it in a different spot. So this is where I would refine. Find that. Then I would go back to Eden to sell this, unless I wanted to make the gems into something. So if I go back to Eden Grove, I got some fire remotes. Store that there for now. Actually, no. I want the gold and Windsward, actually. If it's not overfilling. And then I think this is the cheap house. Yeah, purchase house for 0. And then I can put chests in there. And then my refining area will be kind of heavy, but everything else should be light. So I think I figured out everything I need to do. Oh yeah, this is Pangaea. Are you on Aquarius with this character? I have one character on Aquarius, but I haven't started leveling it yet, and I'm gonna be like way behind the curve. This is the character I was planning on like getting a little bit more advanced. This is engineering. That's not Arcana. This is Arcana over here. And I need to get Arcana leveled to even do this. Just this water and hyssop for weak alkahest. Both of which should be relatively cheap. Need to get to 25 and I could start using motes to start leveling. I think I need like 100 roughly. So what, 73? And then hyssop I would need 1,000. Hopefully that's enough. The other thing I could do, which is probably more efficient, is to just do the one-time crafting bonus and a bunch of different things. It's actually probably the way I should have done this, so just making alkahest. That only got me to 3. Oh no, that was not the play. Wait. Oh no. This one would have been way more efficient. Well. Unlucky. Yeah, this is what we should be doing. So I need coarse leather and linen. Oh wait, I didn't use that much. I could just buy water. Or I can farm water too. I don't really feel like farming water. Yaker, what's the best here with Abyss. I'm stuck and I love that axe. Use Fire Staff. Fire Staff feels the best. You can use Void Gauntlet or Ice Gauntlet, but it just doesn't feel as good for some reason. And buy like linen, and I'll buy the other thing too. Linen's expensive. What's the other thing? It's leather, right? Yeah. Then I'm just doing a one-time bonus for this. Leather got a lot harder to get nowadays too. It might be a good profession to like try to use to get gold in the early game. And then I've also got to sell the gems that I just got because I don't think I'll have enough gold to really upgrade the Arcana too far. So I'm just doing one of each, and then that gives me a bunch of levels, right? It's 24. So yeah, this should be the last one I need. Cool. Oh. Now we can start doing moat stuff too. So I can make like a few of the higher level moats. Then use this for the gems. It's 29. Which we need to get Arcana up like kind of quickly, so it's like it's probably best to actually still take advantage of that one-time bonus too, to be honest. Like none of those stabs are actually gonna sell. But I could like I still haven't crafted the flail, right? So I can craft a flail and then go down the line here. The other trick that a lot of people do is they use like event patterns for this, but that's not like a thing that you could use on a fresh start server. And like the end goal with Arcana is you get to the point where you can craft regen serums, and then this is just Prince money. Would you buy a house or a bag? Chests are very expensive at the moment, like 10k for each for the house. You can get 2 bags for free, so I just do both. But I wouldn't necessarily force a chest early on. What's that going? Here, outfitting. Which just is like kind of dumb, but people actually buy this. Like people have been buying these because they're like early game. At 67. Like these are worth a lot. The carnelians are worth a lot right now. Because all the tanks want them. So I should probably buy fire moats. Don't want to use the fire moats. Weak alchemist I could sell. Gems I could sell. Like that's worth like, you see how it's like, this is 50 gold, like they're selling for 200 gold. The carnelian, like cut carnelian, like what's this selling for? Probably 500? Yeah, like it's selling for a lot. And the only thing that we need for that is the fire motes, which I can buy. I also want to double check to see if any of my buy orders went through. And then this is like a way to make a good amount of money. For artifacts, what artifacts should I target for a bruiser build? A lot of them come from the PvP track. Like you want Tumbler, you want which you get from OPR crates, you want Onk, which you get from the PvP track. And then I don't think there's one that they use currently for Great Axe or Warhammer, so both those come from the PvP side. Does Eden have any fire motes? Nope. Okay, so I'm just gonna straight up buy fire motes because I think it's actually worth it right now. And then I should start seeing my gold income start going up in a second too. So like these are like kind of expensive, but I'm making so much with them that it doesn't even matter. Alright, I need to turn them into wisps. I have 2 green bags from the main story quest. Want to make my first investment, but yeah, don't buy the bags. So what you can do, if you do the main story quest, you get one of these guardian satchels. It's really, really nice. And then if you get to the point where you have the silver scrolls quest, you get this bag too. Both these bags combined are like really, really good, and you don't really need another bag after those for a while. So like just get those, and I wouldn't worry about it too much. Fire with. Let's make most of those in the wisp. This should unlock 50. Should be another tier of stuff now that I can make. Looks like this other stuff's at 75 for the essences. And then quints are 175. So I might actually be able to like power level Arcana up to 100. Like I can get to 100 or like 125 is not that hard to get, and then I can start making like real money off the end game stuff. So it actually might be worth doing. I need some stuff to sell though before to have enough money to like do that. So it's probably gonna be like something later today I get to. But, like cut carnelian here, right? Like make 9 of those, make 10 of those. And that's gonna just print. All this comes down to having enough motes though, is the only problem. And I need a lot of gold. Which people aren't buying or aren't selling yet. But like cut carnelian. Like people will buy that so they can tank. I want to sell mainly the cut stuff. One of those like Walmart sales, put it $3.99.99. What's this worth? Like a bunch? Yeah, but I think I could actually get to that today. Cut amber. Yeah, 70 per. Like gems are just so good early on. Oh wow, that's like nothing. Noteworthy. Don't worry too much about the cut topaz. Yeah, even the flawed carnelians are selling for a bunch. That's ridiculous. Because you need it in order to queue a tank. Like, it's mandatory. Like, you can't take a shortcut there. I don't need this anymore. Honestly, I might just sell to the buy order. Just to have it out of the way. Then I'm gonna dump some stuff and then I think go do some B&Bs in the meanwhile. Maybe. Put these in here, this in here. And I need to do like 2 B&Bs, I believe. Which I don't have to do the mutated variation. I could do the mutated variation. This does give like decent gear. I don't think I really care about it at this point. Like the smoldering weapon shards are worth a good amount though. Like I guess I'll do like the M1. Like it's fine to do an M1. I need to do like 1 or 2 more of those. Do I need to do anything else for artifacts? Oh wait, yeah, I still need to do the 1 in Brim for flail. Okay. How's Inferno with strength scaling, like the hatchet or something? Not great because the dot scales with int, so it doesn't really do damage. What do you think the best weapon for BB on the is on the island? It feels like Void Gauntlet's just so strong with BB. Like even on the island, you're able to gap close enough if you use them out that where I think you can make it work. There are a few quests in Brim that are also worth doing, so maybe I'll look at those. What is your reward?
You nothing illegal? Then have you seen the Anubians? Not in. What do you say? I'll have a handsome
That's a
reward waiting if you mind.
lot of value for a single quest in terms of like income. I need to change my quest setting. Put stuff in the background though. Gameplay. Care about healing. Is there not a setting for quests? Because I know you used to be able to like auto put the quests like in the background so you don't actually have to like have them like in front of you all the time. But yeah, Inferno doesn't really work with strength, sadly. Like we thought it would, and then AGS like still has not fixed a bug that's been a thing in for the past year. I think the other spot is like out here. Like I think this one gives a rune glass, if I remember correctly. The glyphs I do not care about. The rune glass is really cheap though for like what it is right now. Like this is good value. If it is that, it doesn't look like it is that. I swear there was one of these that gave a rune glass. Not the cut one. If it was a cut one, that'd be insane. I think it was like electrifying or something like that. Nope. Looking for a quest next to it. Oh, where's my rune glass I can get? Is it ignited? No. Nature I know you can get. Is it freezing? No. We just do nature for a sanity check, I guess. Yeah, because it has quest reward under it. Just why I have my buy orders in for the nature rune glass, because it's like super cheap. What about abyss? No, I guess there's not one anymore. Huh. That's kind of annoying. Guess there's this side of things too, or it's like I could work on the season pass because that gives me weapon matrix stuff, but I feel like I'm not gonna force leveling everything there yet. It's crazy how hard it is to get weapon matrix now though. They made it like the fact that they put it at 250 is kind of crazy. You got any updates on the crit mitigation numbers being broken still? No. I mean, I gave it to him on a Friday, right? So I got nothing. I likely won't hear anything until it's fixed either. It's just usually how that team works. So I don't know if they're like working on it or they just ignored me half the time, but... I want to do Kefri. This guy. Because this one I have to do Kefri and then I need to kill Loss at the Citadel, which is a nightmare. Group for influence race. That'd be kind of fun. I have quests to turn in over here too. Because I did a B&B earlier. Everyone farming mats is super hard to do right now. In the PvP zone, it's actually really easy to do mats. But you have to be in the PvP zone. Lots of Covenant about to head out for PvP. Yeah, it seems like it. I kind of want to do the influence race. Influence races are really, really fun when everyone's doing them. Is this the next one? But we're defending Brim? It's interesting. So it's really weird. In order to craft Teardrop, which is something I want, the crafting recipe for this requires 200 Barnacles materia, and the only way to get the Barnacles materia, well, it says it could be dropped. I swear it's just not dropped. You can get it from salvaging the Cannon Heart Rune, though. If I salvage this, it drops materia. So it's like... I don't know. It's kind of weird. It sounds like Brim is the spot to be, though. Oh, there's no good gathering for cooking in the PvP zone? Yeah, there's not. It's just like ore, wood, tanning, and then there's the balloon stuff. But the balloons isn't like that good for endgame economy.
Oh, you are a beacon of hope and life in these trying times. Every deed.
Oh, that's gonna get reset too in 5 minutes, I just realized. $500 coins is actually a lot for now. I don't think anything else is that good. Wait, they brought back the expedition things? Oh, do they have a barnacles one? Oh, they don't. Dang it. Because this gives the material that I could use to make what I need to make. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm really going to be able to go that route. So I should look at my materia and see if I have any barnacles or if it just comes from the cannon stuff still. Because it looks like I have to run 7. If it's giving 3 and... or if it's giving 30 and I need 200. Oh, it's materia. That's dynasty. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting any barnacles. I'm getting dense barnacles, but it's not barnacles material. It's like a different thing. Oh. It's annoying. I'd have to run more of those to get teardrop. The teardrop's worth it. Teardrop's so good. So is there anything I want to change for my open world build? To be the other question. Do I want to go flail or do I want to go butcher? Butcher makes more sense because flail isn't really leveled up yet. So probably just go butcher. I need to get stone form too. I can't get stone form yet, really. So I'm probably just gonna stick with butcher. I think we do this like kind of hybrid build that I had set up before. Like worked fine. This doesn't have a refreshing move on it, does it? No, it does. So yeah, it's better than this at this point. I could probably salvage this, to be honest. We need whirling blade. Leaping is really nice to have. Shield rush is also really nice to have. So is resolve. Like there's a lot of things that are nice to have. I don't think we take the uppercut thing. As fun as it is. Like I think we have to go leaping. And I think Shield Rush is slightly better than Final Countdown. Because it applies a slow too. Can I get down to alternate here? Yeah, I can. So like something like that I think works pretty well. Losing a debuff with the heavy attack also has inherent synergy, so that would be kind of nice to have. I don't think we need tactical strike. Like that's just a CDR thing. I think we're fine with this. So it's a bit of a different tree. Flail wise, I want the slow, I want the trip. So this all checks out. The only thing that's like kind of missing is crippling strike is like a nice thing from eruption. But I don't think I'm gonna get there. So I think this is fine. The only problem with this is I don't have resolve, right? So I don't really have like a ton of self-sustain. I have some self-sustain though, but not a ton of it. But Void Dark Plate will definitely help a lot. Butcher's pretty good. So I think we'll be fine. Yeah. The Rune Glass quest, by the way, is Gems of Immortus. Thank you. Is it not coming up? There we go. Or Gems of the Immortals. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, so then we have to do the sleeping one, which I think is the same thing over there. Did this start? Yeah, this started.
You are a beacon of hope and life in these trying times.
Main thing with this is just sticking with the Zerg. It's large scale after all. Like, there's nothing really to be gained here from a yellow side. Like, we're not gonna get it to clear. It's more content. So it looks like we go for this influence point would be like our first major thing, or we go to fort. Both of them are effective. I think I need to see how many people are down here before I jump on this stuff. That's yellow. So yeah, we should go here. BB literally doesn't miss. Yeah, no, BB is really good and stupid because it's all from the target lock. It shouldn't be that good. Sword and Shield Hatchet good for PvP? It's not awful. I don't know if it's played a lot anymore, but it's not awful. We gotta hold this and then go down there. They're trying to get PvP standing up. This is also a good way to get weapon XP to do the influence races. I don't have an IGVG on me right now though, but like that would be another good thing to do. I do have a spear on me, but spear isn't as good for getting the XP. Like if you're in like a really large group, you just passively get a ton of XP from this. Let me just double check that this still gives you the mutated. Yeah, it still gives you B&B materia. Okay. Yeah, so the only way to get the B&B materia is to salvage these, and I need to do that 7 times in order to get this earring. Which deckhands is also really, really good, but that one's a little bit better than deckhands. This one's so nice that I picked this up. Like, strike protection health. Like, that is so nice to have in the early game. Like, that honestly is like a 3 to 4k piece I just got randomly. Influence races are also pretty good for getting jewelry. They actually drop a lot of it. Is Spear Warhammer good for PvP? No. That's too clumsy to make work. Like, you'd have to go strength spear build, and spear is so much better with dex. Like, you could try to make it work, it's just it's not going to be very, very good. Like, it'll be okay. Spear Hatchet is the meta, you think? I mean, Hatchet has good tracking, so does Spear. I don't have any questions about Spear Hatchet, though. Like, no one's asked that one. It's always something quirky. Like, going strength on Spear, like, in theory, could be good, but, like, it just doesn't really make that much sense when you take into account that you're losing 300 dex, and that's, like, one of the best perks in the game. I am gathering this. This is worth a lot right now. That's worth, like, 8 gold per. So that's not bad. Weird perks of knowing the markets. Server, this is Pangaea. Hatchet Spear is really good in PvE. Yeah. And hatchet seems like it's getting a lot more popularity in PvP, not as a utility offhand, but as a DPS main hand. Which is really interesting. Like, it actually has really good tracking now. So the build I'm playing is like sort of like a pseudo disruptor build right now. Normally I go full tank. Tank builds don't do as well in early game. They're like a late game build. So we're doing disruptor. If I wanted to like really maximize this, I wouldn't really be using flail. I'd be using spear. Oh, there's the topaz selling. Money's starting to come in. We got 5k now. We had like nothing when we left. What's on the inside? That used to be on the outside. Throwing hatchet do slash damage, right? I don't know if it's slash or if it's thrust. Slash makes more sense. So it looks like there's a PvP fight. Alright, it's just 1 or 2 dudes. This is also a really good way to get season XP. Imagine we go to fort now. That's the smart thing to do. That being said, I have a bunch of noobs with me. Like, this entire yellow guild is pretty newbie. Like, we should be going to fort, but it looks like they're just running around. Wait, what? Okay. Someone just DC'd. I don't think we have a healer with us either. Yeah, a bunch of great sword hatchets with us. We're like full disruptor squad. We want to kick out the weakest leg here because we're outnumbered. Here we want to just use movement to back up. Trying to pull them out of range of the ranged players and heal up a bit and then go back in. We're like 4 people and we're pulling aggro of like 10 to 15, so we're like trying to be kind of chill. I don't know if we can win that without a healer. If we had a healer, I think we could win this. But we don't have a healer. I've been away for like 6 months. What are the news? Just new PvP zone? Yeah, new PvP zone, new raid. Generally a bunch of like smaller updates. Like they updated like the early game quest line, and the mid game is a lot different. Gearing up in terms of gear scores is a lot different to 700, but I think once you get to 700s to 725 is like kind of time gated. And it's like a lot less fun. What do you think Bruiser should go for final perk on tumblers on fresh? I need to look up what tumblers actually has. As locked. Do we even know if the meta will stay the same for bruisers? It'll be similar. So it's conditioning crush. You just put conditioning on there. It's probably slash conditioning. Maybe strike. Lunge on great axe is way better, by the way. It feels good. So it doesn't like pull you back anymore. So that was what it used to do. It's kind of annoying.
Oh, you are a beacon of hope and life in these trying times. Every deed.
Alright, we unlocked the
Oh, you are a
next
beacon
tier
of and
of
life
faction
in these
stuff.
trying times. Every
Is there anything here that's worth
from the
buying?
humble to the great kindles the light in all of us.
I guess that is okay. Finding mastery cache? That's not really that good. It's like, okay. Doesn't look like anyone's like really pushing. Like green's like kind of pushing, but not really. Also, I need to go to Kefri real quick to see if the thing is up. I think I do that after the race, though. Fall race is gonna be better. Yeah, this one's like kind of mid. Everfall's like actually a territory that people I think are pushing, right? This one's like not really getting pushed. The artifacts from the PvP track still drop with super low chance? Yeah, they still do. They up the chance a little bit, but it's still pretty low. Unfortunately. Some people use Butcher with Disruptor, right? Like Butcher's something that's used, but they always use it with Spear. It's just not as common. I think Botch, or not Botched, Yagu uses Butcher. Like I watched his VOD the other day because he had one and someone wanted a reference VOD. Dude, we're dominating right now. This isn't even fun. Like, I think I don't really, like, I should be leveling up the PvP track. I don't know if it makes sense for me to even be at the race. I also need to do Kefri, which I kind of want to go do. Or Flail. Mika, do you have a musket rapier build that I could use? I'm 65, I don't know what gear to use. Horolox does, and he's in the Discord, just at him a bunch. He like mains that build. Or other forms of musket. The idea is that you go like nature, like you convert your damage with an amber on your musket, and then you go nature harnessing in your armor and a bunch of DPS oriented things. It's a very expensive build at the end game level, but it is really cool. Yeah, we're just gonna wait. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till the Everfall race and try to get into Kefri and see if anyone's done that. I need to kill the Kefri boss with my flail. It doesn't look like it's up. I forget how you make Kefri open. You need to go close to the middle to spawn the scorpion. How do you even get in to Kefri? In the chest front, someone just opened it from the inside. Need the glyph. There's not like a way to like jump this, is there? I guess looks like it's almost jumpable. Like you can get up here. To turn around? No. This is climbable? I don't know where you get the thing for Kefri. Mikro, you said horror locks? Yeah, he mains the musket stuff. I just ask him. Oh, we leveled up with this guy the other day. Real estate Mongol Donald Trump arc. It's kind of funny. I asked him, he doesn't play rapier, but thanks anyway. I mean, it's the same musketry, it's just the rapier side's kind of... It's the rapiers just go the artifact rapier, it's that simple. But the musket, like, armor and whatnot, and the setup is basically the exact same. Are builds about the same when Wilds dropped, or is there any standouts? I think there's going to be some new flail builds because of the new artifact flail, but I think everything else will be very similar. Blunderbuss Void Gauntlet seems like it's a kind of new one, and Spear Hatchet seems like a kind of a new one that's like starting to pick up steam. Oh, I almost figured out how to get in. Problem is even if I get in there as a solo, I'm just dead, so. I feel like I'm not going to be able to get in there, and I'm going to have to wait for a chest run. Yeah. I think I go back to making money for a bit. Austin Global, someone could help you open up the door. I don't think I could even solo it though, is the thing. Like, I need like 5 to 10 people. No? Like, the archers will just nuke me. Like, I feel like it's easier for me to just wait for a chest run and to make sure I'm like at the front when Kefri starts. Just grab a healer and DPS from your company. That's what we should do. Yeah, I've got a ancient plot. And I need to change my tree if we do this too. would be a very defensive tree. Like pseudo tank. The other one I need to do for this is like this trial, but you need like an orb to do the trial, I think now. I don't think anyone's coming. I'm just gonna go back to making money and try to find a chest run. Do you have a fire stuff rapier skill tree to recommend? Not off the top of my head. And also it depends on the content that you do. Like, it's generally meteor shower, a pillar of fire, and then either burnout or fireball, I think, right now. But like, there's 4 abilities that are good for fire stuff, and it's kind of a mix and match at that point. Meteor with disease is wild to me. Oh yeah, it's super strong. The thing I don't like about Eden is like the TP is like so far away from the like when you TP to Eden, where you teleport so far away from the trade post and you can't boost on a mount for some reason. Like it's so slow to like get to the spot in Eden, but like once you're there, it's like it's fine. I mean, Crush, the other weird thing is too is like I think I'm just gonna end up using Butcher for like a while, to be honest. Like I think Butcher is just so good. No more gypsum kilns? They exist, it's just not this all the time for farming. Like, I don't know. It's okay. Like, you can get gypsum and stuff, but often what you use gypsum for is for matrices. No one's high enough level to actually do matrices yet. Like, you have to be like 250. It's like, it's really hard to get to 250. So this is like the weaponsmithing thing that I need to get up to. Because there's a shield here that I need. And like, yeah, the matrix is like, it's so expensive to make these now. Like, I think they're used for like the handle and for the cast. Yeah, you have to use gypsum orbs for that. price. I'm a little, where are we? Did I drive the price up too high? Kind of drove the price up a bit. Let me see what I need for Arcana. I want to get Arcana up. I forgot this is a thing. And this gives XP too, right? Yeah, it's like 900, so it's not much XP, but that's another way to level. You can make the replica gear. Looks like the play is mostly just moat this up. I could try to power level it and go like do named item crafting. Or I could do steel. Both those are kind of expensive right now though. I think I want to chill on this. But at the same time I kind of want to get to like 125 for the bonus. Maybe I don't chill. I don't know, what do you need for these? So I could use iron ingots. You just need lumber. Lumber for all that's leather. This is steel. So I guess I could just buy like the T2, T3 mats. Bugs potion is a easy daily XP. Yeah, that's a good point too. I can actually make that real quick. There's 5 of these, right? Let me buy like, I don't know, 40 of everything. I think I need a little more than 40 actually, maybe 80. I don't think I need 80 of this yet though. I'll buy 40 of that. Just see how much leveling this gets me. Someone's selling that for cheap. I can get it. Yeah, that's what I'm going for right now. I'm going for first time craft bonus. God, steel is expensive. I'm not going to buy much of this. I can make steel too. That price, I'd make it. I was playing old servers, don't want to grind everything again. Yeah, that's what some people are doing. It's just like it's a lot less content. To be honest. Oh, so I do need the... Oh wait, no, I could use that. Yeah. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, cool. I forgot coarse leather. It's like 3 levels right there. And then the name stuff should also be a good amount of levels. Just completely bought out. Micro, I have 25k on fresh. Am I winning? How do you have 25k on fresh? What did you do to get 25k? Oh, I forgot the rugged leather too. It's because you haven't spent any gold in a bit. Gotcha, so you're just a hoarder. Selling shit legendaries to the casuals, they buy everything. Yeah, I was doing that earlier too. I probably need to go back to doing that. I need coarse leather. I need like 12 of it, I think. Or not coarse leather, rugged leather. Jesus Christ. Okay. Should not be that expensive, but it's early game. I'm just trying to get to the point where I can do the whole gem economy and then make money off of gems. That should be the last one. Oh gosh, that name stuff is like way too expensive. It costs way too many motes. Okay, nice. That's 75. That should be the threshold to start making essences. I'm trying to get to the point where I can start making this, but I need 50 more XP. Or 50 more levels. Made 500k selling iron ore? Jesus Christ. What? It's not something I thought I'd hear today. I'm making something off steel ingots, but it's not like a ton. Keen awareness might be best with pen and power. You could argue it. It's arguable, yeah. Gold ore is starting to come through. Made it to Brim today. They changed it a bit. Yeah, some people like it. Well, actually, I think most people I know that I've talked about don't like it. But it's definitely different. Some people don't like change, Crush included. Yeah, they split all the crafting stations up. They aren't next to each other anymore. Which is why people liked it so much. Yeah, you can't craft ammo anymore. So I don't know what the plan is to level up engineering. That one I don't know what you do with. Some jumps. Pen empowered has me excited for BB because it's better versus heavier armor, aka who I'm hitting. Oh yeah, penetrating power sounds like it's gonna be a pretty good perk. People like rubies for some reason right now in the early game, and it makes no sense to me. Like a lot of new players are buying like rubies, and I was like, wait, what? Oh, do I not have the recipe for uh the next level of gems or whatever? Trade skill. And P4 gems. Oh yeah, it's at 100. Surely I could just make like one or two of these, right? Void metal, sure. I don't care. Yeah, I need leather and honestly I need iron again. Like I think I just buy iron. Like I could turn iron ore into other stuff and make money still. Yeah, no one is farming leather at all. I might go put some buy orders up in Eden for like smelting stuff, because I think I'm high enough level of smelting where I can make some money off of that too right now. There's some weapons selling. Oh wait, this levels up armoring, it doesn't level up the trinket stuff. I'm almost there, but I'm not quite there. It's so annoying. So close, yet so far. Alright, I'm gonna put some buy orders up in Eden real quick. It is crazy that someone made 500k off of selling iron. That is crazy. I can buy whatever gear you want. This is the only expensive part right now. The flux. Iron ingots are starting to go below the... Like, it actually might be cheaper to buy iron ingots than it is to buy... Or it is to make it, necessarily, too. It's kind of noteworthy. So I could flip some of those. Need a little bit more of this stuff. Actually, this tends to be cheaper. Why are people trying to pug the Gorgon raid? Like, they just won't be able to do it. Doesn't make sense. Do I try to go teardrop next? Is that my next big milestone? I also need to, I think, do daily doubloon stuff. So I think I do a queue for M1. B and B. Then work on maybe CK stuff for a second. Oh, you can't do M1 yet? Unlucky. Oh wait, I forgot. Gold. Oh, wait, that's my buy order. Never mind. What's silver at? How did silver get more expensive than gold? Doesn't make sense. I'll buy like a little bit of silver, but yeah. Miko, could you explain upgrading artifacts? Is it the same process as before, but now they have to go to 725, or do you have to upgrade them twice or something? You basically have to upgrade them twice. So you have to get them to 700, and then you have to use a material that you get, I think, once a week in this area down here, and then you could upgrade them again. So it's not super easy or intuitive. In the Well of Fortune, I think you could upgrade artifacts somehow. Or like, there's a material from here they could use to upgrade them. The what do you call it? I can actually get the 710 stuff now. And then you could upgrade that too. The golden coconut thing. I hear that you can instantly update to 775. Gold Curse Coconut? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Like, you need that. Which I have one of those. I just forget where. Where's my coconut? Here it is. Here's my coconut. This is also worth selling right now. It doesn't show here how to... Oh yeah, there's this thing too. Where you can acquire one earring, ring, or amulet at 725. Items guaranteed legendary, and you like that's another thing that you can do here. Like you can guarantee a piece. And it's supposed to be biased towards what you're wearing. I think this is the thing that some people were buying too, because you can get 725 from this. But it's like lower chance. Keyword can, not guaranteed. So I got like two things there. But neither one of those were guaranteed. They weren't that good. It's actually pretty good influence race rewards. Also, there's another influence race in a few minutes too. I forgot about. That's not good. Oh wait, that's bind on equip. Wait, the influence race stuff is bind on equip? It's not pickup? Whoa. Someone buy that. Boost my economy, please. One coconut a week is insane. Like we had 3 months to be, like we need 3 months to be full BIS. Yeah, 3 months on one build, right? It's only one build. Well, my problem is time gated, but the item isn't gathered with effort. You can just go pick a chest and you're done for your weekly. Yeah, it's literally, it's so boring. It's not a good end game system. Like the raid and that part is like not great. That part was not done well at all. I feel like the main thing that's going on right now is people are trying to rush trade skills now. It's like it's the new content. I don't think of anything else I can really get from here yet. Like this is like kind of interesting, like Survivor's Coat, but I think I'm fine with my current artifact. And I don't think it makes sense to waste a bunch of stuff. Oh, you can get the 710 thing for only... You can get this for only 750? Oh. That's cool. Like, isn't this kind of insane? Like, Vicious penetrating the Empowered? And then you can... Oh, wait, Vicious would take away the pen backstab perk, so it's not insane. I mean, this one's stupid. Like, you just get Biss for the life stuff. I don't know what this algae is used for. You can put pen backstab, it's not damage con, so the spear is just nuts. I thought Vicious was damage con. What would he put here for the third perk? Probably pen backstab if I could. That's damage con. Yeah, this is damage type. That's a different label. So yeah, I know you can put pen backstab on here. Yeah, I'd put pen backstab on this, so you hit someone from behind, right? And then it crits, and you have 37% armor penetration and vicious on top of that. Like, that's kind of insane. Attunement's okay. Like, it's not as good as pen backstab, but it's not a bad thing to put on there. I didn't realize there was a damage type bucket. I thought it was just damage con. I also need to level up spear. Honestly, I might buy that spear. Because I think I think I could use that at some point. As like an offhand. Yeah, I think I want to buy this. Keen isn't good, but like you'd upgrade it obviously, but like it's like a good starting spear. Like that's a very solid starting spear. Like Keen's not good, but you know, like vicious pen backstab, like that's solid. I can go level with that too. Or I can use Scorpion Sting. But what do I need to do for Scorpion? Oh, it's the mammoth thing. I know this race is going to be kind of crazy. Let's see what's going on. We're doing the Torto Ribbon Farm. That's a good one. Wouldn't mind doing that. It's over here. Keen is fine considering penetrating empowered and crits his stam. Yeah. This is Pengia Benny. I forgot about this weapon XP farm. There's one here that people do sometimes. The idea here is I can go SNS Spear at some point. There's two variations of SNS Spear, right? There's one with Scorpion Sting, and there's one where you use, like, Butcher. But then you use a different thing, like Stop Poking Me. I need to hit everything once. So my priorities is like really weird for how you level here. Because I'm not in a group yet. So I don't like really want to focus on doing too much damage and like more so like roaming. I'm also like not doing damage because the spear's not leveled up. Use the IEP because I need to level that one up too. Nice pylon can pass like good stuff. I'm like already level 8 and I haven't even like put up anything into my weapon yet. Just been from one thing. 2 minutes level 8. Looks like we found the B&B group, so I'm gonna just try to delay the acceptance until the last second and then I'll join. Maximizing weapon XP. There we go. That's our friend. What game is this? This is New World. This is just a weird spot in New World. That's a game that came out relatively... well, it got re-released relatively recently. nice up here. Cool, looks nice. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty looking ARPG slash MMO. Definitely something that is pretty fun to play. Let's put like no perks more in our spear. Open like this. So now I'm leveling up spear at the same time as I'm doing this dungeon. Which I'm doing strength on spear, which is like a no-no. I don't think anyone's gonna care too much. Oh, I don't think anyone in this group even knows I'm doing strength on spear anyway, so. Find and pick up freedom, sturdy energy. That's a solid piece. That's a locker for now. Oh, I forgot to switch my SNS tree. SNS tree is pretty troll right now. Fun fact about PvE, all mobs and bosses have built-in empower, it's just hidden empower. So I actually do get a bonus for using penetrating the empowered, or at least I should. My gosh, I forgot how easy M1 is. Oh, M1 is a cakewalk. You don't need anything to do an M1. Just my, like, tiny bit of focus coming from. Oh, there's another spear level. We're out of fun spears to play with too. Oh, okay, they just got finished. Spear is such a fun weapon. It's PvP only, no? Yeah, you're right. It does say PvP only. Well, that makes me sad. Leveling up with a 0, well, 1 perk spear. No, I got Keen on there. I could use Keen in PvE. 2 perk spear. Actually, I probably shouldn't salvage stuff, because there's a chance it'll actually be usable. Oops, we're in the wrong gate. Crush, what if one of the perks is PvP, one of the parts is PvP only, and then the other part isn't? Like the last thing we just found. Oh yeah, some people are also using Venom now in PvP, right? Like that's been like a recent thing. There's like a lot of different viable spears. Don't say that or they'll actually do it. Yeah, I'm like kind of tempted to check now. Ow. The other reason why Butcher is commonly used is it just gives you a ton of ult charge. Yeah, I just did not get healed that entire time. It's okay. Also shouldn't be running with the spear out, to be fair. A dumb way to wipe. Heal or do not. Put the thing down. Like debating what to go for this next perk option because there's a lot of good ones. I think I'll go that one. One after this is going to be the ultimate. Oh, bum. This earring is so good with the spear too, because like the main thing that spear struggles from is it doesn't have a great source of empower. If you run deckhand, then you just like always have empower. Always get around with the tricking power on both spear and BB. Yeah, you have to run both of those basically. What? Oh. I see who's hitting us. And then the other thing that you can do too is spear is you can go spear rapier. Like there's so many like different branches of like how you can build this weapon. It's kind of crazy. Or like it feels like a lot of different weapons are viable right now. Like SNS is still like overtuned. There's a lot of weapons that are viable. Dude, best gear gems from tanking at the moment, bro? Dungeon specific, technically, in terms of defensive gems. But you want Carnelian, obviously, and the sword, or whatever you're using for your tanking.